The Senate will come to order. Senators will be in their seats. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Baumgardner, Billinger, Blasey, Bowers, Clays, Corson, Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Fagg, Faust-Godot, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Cluse, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reddy, Reichman, Schallenberger, Steffen, Straub, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Senators and their guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to the chaplain.
Please join me in prayer. Lord, I don't want to begin today by asking you for anything. And it's not that we don't have plenty that we could be asking you for. But today I believe the psalmist in the 100th Psalm had it right. Rather than what we want you to give to us, the focus is what we should give to you. What are you looking for from us? Lord, this 100th Psalm directs all our attention to you. Verses 1 and 2 say, "Make a joyful noise of praise unto the Lord, all you lands, everybody. Serve the Lord, serving his people with gladness. Come before his presence with singing, even if you're out of tune." Then in verse 3, he tells us why. It's because of what we should know. Know ye that the Lord, he is God. It is he who has made us, and not we ourselves. We are his people and the sheep of his pasture. Then in verse 4, Lord, you return us to thanksgiving and praise. Enter his gates, approach him with thanksgiving, and into his courts, his presence with praise. Be thankful to him and bless his name. Then lastly, in verse 5, you give the psalmist the wrap-up. For the Lord is good. You are good. Your mercy is everlasting, and your truth, that which is real, endures to all generations. So, Lord, we praise you and thank you, for already you have given us far more than what we could ask for or imagine. In Jesus' name, amen.
Please continue standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please note reference of bills on pages 1 and 2 of the calendar. There having been an objection to House Bill 2087 appearing on the consent calendar, The bill will be removed and placed on general orders. We are now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the following. The bills on page 3 and 4. Substitute for Senate Bill 55, House Bill 2096, House Bill 2097, House Bill 2098, House Bill 2100, House Bill 2214, House Bill 2285, and House Bill 2298. The clerk will read the titles.
Sub Senate Bill 55, an act concerning property taxation. House Bill 2096, an act concerning insurance. House Bill 2097, an act concerning insurance. House Bill 2098, an act concerning insurance. House Bill 2100, an act concerning insurance. House Bill 2214, an act concerning the Department of Corrections. House Bill 2285, an act concerning insurance. House Bill 2298, an act concerning roads and highways.
The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Faust-Godot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Mr. Vice President, I would like to submit an explanation for my no vote on substitute for 55. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I would like to give my explanation for no on substitute 55. This particular organization, the airport, was denied by Court of Tax Appeals and had a hearing with the, Court of Tax Appeals, and had a hearing with the Board of Tax Appeals from BOTA, and still waiting on their decision, and I certainly don't want to supersede their decision to come and have an option out in another way to get that tax exemption that they're seeking without having all of the information from the Board of Appeals. For that reason, I am opposing this bill. Thank you.
Senator, do you wish to have your words spread across the journal?
I would.
Duly noted.
Thank you.
Are there any other explanations of vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally the vote. "39 having voted in favor and 0 against, House Bill 2096, House Bill 2097, House Bill 2098, House Bill 2100, House Bill 2214, House Bill 2285, and House Bill 2298. 27 having voted in favor and 11 against Senate Bill 55. These measures, having received the required constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. The chair now recognizes a senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carries. The chair appoints the senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
Good morning. Looks like we have a full day ahead of us, so we're going to try to move along quickly. Please help me in that if you wish to be recognized on a bill, make sure you're standing at the appropriate time. I don't want to miss anybody, but we do want to try to move along as fast as possible. The Senate, having resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole, will now consider those items listed on the calendar under the heading of General Orders. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 147. The chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What this bill is, we currently have a tax credit, income tax credit in our statute. It's 25% of federal tax credit for adoption. What this bill would do, and you can get up to 75% with certain conditions, Kansas resident and a disabled child being adopted. This bill would take us to 100% of the federal tax credit, and it is carry forward until you use it up. There's no timeline on it. With that, I'd stand for questions, Mr. Chairman.
Are there questions on Senate Bill 147? Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have questions. I'm in support of this bill, but I do have an amendment, and it's 1882.
Okay, let us distribute, please. Senator from Johnson, would you like your amendment read, or would you like to explain it?
I can explain it. Current law, Kansas taxpayers can receive 25% of the federal child and child care tax credit on their state income taxes. Just a little history, in 2012, the legislature repealed this during the Brownback tax cuts, and then in 2017, when we repealed those, this tax credit was put back in place and it was phased in over 3 years. So this is just increasing that child care tax credit. The federal portion, which you would be able to count on your state income taxes, from 25% to 50%. And with that, I would be happy to stand for questions.
Are there comments or questions on the amendment? Chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a couple of questions. The fiscal note, if the carrier of the amendment would ask, and also elaborate more as to whether we've had the 50% prior in statute ever. I'd just like to know more about her amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson.
Sorry. I will have to ask a revisor for that 50%, but I do have the fiscal impact. In 2018, when we put this back in, it was a little over $4 million. 2019, when we increased that to 18.75%, it went up to $6,045,000. 2020, when we bumped it to the 25%, we were $6.3 million. So if everyone who is currently taking this doubled that, it would be between 12 and 13 million.
Senator from Lynn. Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment as the originator of Senate Bill 147, which I believe is important for to encourage adoption in the state. I do believe this is a friendly amendment. You know, childcare, the cost of childcare is something that Kansas families are really, really struggling with. And I think anything we can do to help making it more affordable. You know, actually, I wish we go to 100%, but I understand this is just the start. Hopefully for a long conversation that we can have next year on trying to adjust the cost of childcare. So I will just rise in support of this amendment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I ask a question of the maker?
You may.
I want to make sure this is a 50% refundable credit. Is that correct?
Senator from Johnson.
It is not refundable.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
I'm not sure if that's right or not, because in current law, my understanding, it's a refundable credit.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
It is my understanding that current law is not refundable.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Well, I believe this is a refundable credit. I was just looking at the tax code a while ago. Our current is a refundable credit. What the bill has here, 147, the original bill, is a non-refundable credit, which decreased the fiscal cost of it. So I don't support putting this to where it's just a credit. I would rather see a refundable credit. When you look at the bill 147, someone amended it, and down in the second section made it where it has to be a tax liability. So I'm going to support the amendment. I believe it is a refundable amendment like the code is today. I do not support making that where you got to have a tax obligation. I just don't see having an adoption of someone, if you're going to give $14,000 credit, that's someone that's making $200,000+ getting this credit. The people at the bottom need the money, and that's why this needs to be a refundable credit when they don't have a tax obligation. Instead of carrying it forward, they can get that portion refunded. I do believe the maker of the motion has a comment they want to make.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. So the underlying bill 147, that is refundable or to carry forward. But the current child care tax credit, when we reinstated that in 2017, it is non-refundable. So this amendment is only dealing with the child care tax credit, not the underlying bill. And while I agree, I think it should be refundable. That's a bigger discussion. So I was just trying to go with current law, but expanding what those families could have back in their pockets. So thank you.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is so much misinformation going on about this bill, the original bill and the amendment, and it is critical that we get this accurate. The bill was amended in committee. 147 is no longer refundable. It is a carry forward tax credit. This amendment, I did not author it, and we have the revisers checking to find out if it was is refundable or not. We need to make sure that we understand what legislation we are passing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, additional comments?
Yeah, I just want to go back to 147 is not a refundable credit. So you're going to have a tax obligation to write that off. Yeah, you can carry it forward, but how many people that are adopting kids have, $200,000 plus of tax obligation to be able to write that off? Maybe a few, but making that a refundable credit, when, someone making 50 or 60,000 that has adopted a child can get, whatever is left over from their tax obligation refunded to them. I think that's a great service to someone that has adopted a child. So I think changing it to a non-refundable would be a mistake.
Additional comments or questions on the Sykes Amendment? Chair recognizes Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for the carrier of the amendment. Is this for anyone with children or just those who adopt?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
This would be for anyone who is eligible under the federal eligibility. I would be happy to go under that, but it is not just for those adopting, but it would also apply for those.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Another question. Is this for specifically child care or just maybe if you could go into a bit more of the federal requirement?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
The qualified expenses under the federal guideline are household services such as babysitting, maid, housekeeper, cleaning, cost of care outside of your home for the qualifying person. And that qualifying person could be a qualifying child under the age of 13 who you can claim as a dependent. If the child turns 13 during the year, the child is qualifying person for the part of the year in which they were under 13. Your disabled spouse who wasn't physically or mentally able to care for him or herself, and any disabled person who wasn't physically or mentally able to care for himself. But those are the federal guidelines. So we are just expanding this from 25% to 50%, and it is non-refundable.
Additional comments or questions on the amendment? Senator from Brown, Senator Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know. I'm going to ask the question to Senator Lynn, if she will, but I'd like to just know current law. What is the credit amount? Is it non-refundable?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Current law, the child care tax credit is non-refundable. It is not a refundable tax credit, and it is currently at 25%. What we would be doing is expanding house cleaning and other items just listed from the Senator from Johnson and increasing the tax credit to 50% of the federal child care credit.
Senator from Brown, Senator Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Powell, or Mr. Chairman.
Sorry about that. Okay, so current law. So then a bill was introduced. Can the Senator from Lynn tell me who requested that legislation without having to go to the minutes?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Requested which legislation, the amendment or the bill?
Senator from Brown.
The bill.
The bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The bill was requested by Senator Blasey and the Senate Tax Committee. I think he introduced it in tax.
Senator from Brown, Senator Powell.
Okay, so I'm trying to track all this, figure this out. So then the original bill then increased the credit and also would have made it refundable. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Mr. Chairman, it would have increased the adoption credit, not the child care credit. And the original bill was refundable. The committee amended it so that it is non-refundable carry forward.
Senator from Brown, Senator Powell.
So that amount, then we get to the amendment that's currently before us changes just the adoption amount. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
The only thing that this amendment changes is the percent in which you can count on your Kansas income tax. It is increasing it from 25% to 50%. It's not changing anything else, just the percentage. So anything that you currently could qualify for, you still qualify for. That is federal guidelines. But instead of 25%, we would be increasing the state portion that you could deduct by 50%.
Senator from Brown, Senator Powell.
I appreciate those answers, Mr. Chairman, and I'm going to go get another cup of coffee. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I figured out the bill or the amendment. The amendment basically is off the federal form where you can deduct your child care tax credit up to 25%. I believe she's just adding another 25% that makes it 50. Amendments, that's great. I don't have a problem with the amendment. My problem, I guess I'll save it for the underlying bill. The underlying bill does change the adoption tax credit from a refundable credit to one that you have to have taxes obligated. You can go back and look at the 23 tax form. I believe it's line 15, and that's in the refundable portion of the taxes. That is a refundable credit that 147's taken away. And so the people that are now claiming this will, the only way they'll be able to get any money for adopting is having a tax obligation.
Additional comments or questions on the Sykes amendment?
Yes.
Seeing none, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to comment, please.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the senator. If I'm going to leave it up to the will of the body, I know it was referred to as a friendly amendment. I question that because of doing this so quickly on the floor. It's fine. That's what we do. That's our business. I get it. I would be more than willing to have a hearing next year on this, but I am going to leave it up to the will of the body, whether they want it or not. But it does expand for all child care tax credits. It does not limit to adoption only, just for clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional comments or questions on the amendment? Senator. Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you. We've had a lot of discussion about workforce. Last week, we spent several hours debating childcare, and we know this is a critical need, not only in our state, but in our country. I actually was part of a convening with many states in the White House talking about this, and the discussion on the floor, the bill that passed out of this chamber was looking at just slots. This is actually going to help our constituents so that they are able to increase that credit that they're already paying. They're getting federal dollars for this, but Kansas is telling them they can only count 25%. So this is increasing that to 50%. I think it will help us with our child care issues and making sure that it's more affordable and accessible to our families. So with that, I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Amendment is adopted. Back on the base bill, Chair recognizes Senator from Lynn. Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment. It's number 1899.
Okay. Please allow us to distribute. Senator from Douglas, would you like your amendment read or would you like to explain it?
Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to explain it, and this, I think, addresses some of the concerns that have already been stated this morning so far in debate of the bill. And for the record, I fully support the underlying bill. I view this as a friendly amendment. The body can come to its determination. One of the things we do in tax committee, Mr. Chairman, is we talk about tax policy. And make no mistake that policy, the statute definitely determines outcome and influences actions by our Kansas citizens. My concern in the committee when we worked this bill was the removal of the fully refundable provision of this language. To me, by removing the fully refundable, we're basically turning our backs to those families that want to adopt, but would not then be able to fully realize the purpose of this policy. So I'm offering it fully in good faith. As I said, I'll be supporting the underlying bill regardless, but I do think this would be particularly helpful for our working families by making this credit fully refundable. I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to stand against this, and I want the body to understand refundable means the state will write the individual's checks past their income tax obligation. That means that the state could be writing each family that adopts a $14,000 check. Our tax code is not a welfare program. It is not the way to take care of these issues. When we did the Apex bill last year, that was my biggest issue with that bill, was it was refundable. We had no idea how much the state would be writing those businesses a check for. And we do know the cap on this. It's up to $14,000, whatever the federal cap is. But will the body please understand that refundable is not the way to go on this? You can get your tax code down to zero, and you can get a check back. They say that you're not getting a check back because you absolutely do, because you had income tax taken out of your check. So you do get a check back at the end of the year, and you carry it forward until you use that obligation up completely. It's 100% tax credit. This is a great deal for families and for adoptions, but to make it refundable is not the way to go. I hope the body rejects this amendment, as the committee did.
Senator from Douglas, do you wish to comment?
Yeah, I guess a couple comments. Number one, and I don't know if it's aware to the body or not, but basically, prior to the committee stripping the fully refundable provision, I believe the fiscal note on this bill was around $15 million, and we had something come back from legislative research. I believe it's around $5 or $6 million. So you're talking a delta, Mr. Chairman, about 9 million or so. But I want to be real clear to the body about this. This is really, I've just found fascinating, and I'll leave it in that vernacular for now, the fact that we have tax credit policy, and I want to be real clear about the body. There's been tax policy come through the committee this year that I did not support at all. There have been tax policies that come through the tax committee this year that I supported, like this one. But in both of those cases, these credits came through initially as fully refundable. But now, somehow the tax committee basically is going to basically push the incentive, okay, towards wealthier families. And that's flat out wrong, Mr. Chairman, with this policy. We need to make this fully refundable so our working families are in the same position to take advantage of this. I think it's imperative that if we want to see kids adopted in this state, that all families need to have those financial incentives in place to make this happen.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I would dispute that. That is the same argument that was used in 2017, that it hurts the lowest, that we're helping the lowest income individuals. And it was anything but the truth. And the same thing with the refundable. This would help the wealthiest because they have deductions and they have other credits that they take down. So their odds of getting the check back would be much, much greater than the lower income individuals. This is not the way to go on this legislation. And I am very consistent. I have tried to remove refundable on every program. When I first started, there were over 17 refundable programs. We've got that down to 8 or 9 now, and last year we increased it. So let's not go in the other direction. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of this amendment. This was how the original bill was written. This bill empowers all Kansas families to adopt, regardless of income. And I want to state for the record, having adopted 2 children, we would not qualify. If this was to become law, we would not qualify for this. We've already completed our adoptions and we received what's under current law. However, this bill empowers all Kansans. Teachers. The average adoption in Kansas or in America is $43,000. So if you qualify for the federal credit of $14,000, and if this becomes law, this amendment, state $14,000, you still don't cover the entire cost of adoption. If we want to encourage adoption and support life, we need to support this amendment and support the bill. You know, Kansas KVC Health System says the average adoption is $25,000 to $50,000. And having lived it personally with 2 adoptions, separate adoptions, it's on the higher end. And we have teachers, we have friends back home who want to open their homes and their hearts to adoption, but it's too expensive. And this policy, this making refundability, empowers all Kansas families to adopt. So I rise in strong support of this amendment, and I ask the body to support life and support this amendment as well. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the amendment too, and I just want to say I've got the fiscal note here, and in '24, without this amendment, we're actually going to cut $14.5 million to people that were getting a refundable credit. There's a cost to the state to having these kids in state custody. We should want them to adopt and help them with this refundable credit to become adopted. And so, I just can't believe we're here trying to cut a refundable credit that's to the people that need it the most to help kids get adopted and get out of these the state's custody. To me, I just can't believe it. But I'm going to support the amendment, the Holland Amendment. I think that fixes my problem. And if this amendment goes on, I support the bill. This will be doing the right thing. So, thank you.
Additional comments or questions? Chair recognizes Senator from Brown, Senator Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I need a little clarification. I think I heard the chair of tax committee say that this tax credit is carry forward, and I want to make sure that is correct before we vote on refundability. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman, that tax credit can be carried forward?
Chair recognizes Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is carry forward until it is completely used up. So there is no sunset on it. And I'd like to respond to the implication that if you don't support this amendment, you don't support life. That is the furthest thing from the truth. Because every decision we make up here with tax and fiscal, we are making decisions on priorities. And so to make it carry forward allows it to be used up completely with no sunset. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional comments or questions on the Holland Amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the body's indulgence in the debate. Once again, this amendment puts all Kansas families in the position to adopt. With that, I move my motion.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we look through this bill, Senate Bill 147, we noticed that the percentages of how this was broken down originally, 25% for an adopted child that was not a Kansas resident, 50% for an adopted child that was a Kansas resident, and 75% for an adopted child with special needs. So basically, we had 3 tiers. We prioritized Kansas residents as the norm at 50%, and we had special needs at 75%. Right now, we're taking all 3 categories up to 100%, Mr. Chair. We're normalizing and bringing it all up, whether they're out-of-state, in-state, or special needs. And with that, Mr. Chair, I have an amendment. I have turned it in, and it's 1901.
Okay, please allow us to distribute. Senator from Leavenworth, would you like the amendment read or would you like to explain?
I'll explain. Where we had before an incentive structure, recognizing the challenges our adopting families have with special needs, we now have made the expenses equal and the incentives equal for all 3 categories. And granted, while the special needs are a much smaller percentage than perhaps the out-of-state and the other kids that are from in-state, the expenses are often much higher, much more challenging, and much more expensive to the state if they were to remain in the DCF system. And so my amendment, basically, you'll read it, it looks a little confusing when you read it, but the effect of this is it brings the special needs kids up to 150% versus the standard 100%. And it respects the ratio that a Kansas kid is 100%, and this is 150% of what the Kansas kid would be, maintaining the integrity of the percentages and really addressing, incentivizing, I suppose you could say, taking care of those special needs kids and those adopted families. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions on the Pittman amendment? Seeing none, you may close.
I do hope the body can support this. Our special needs kids out there, they need to be adopted too. And with our current laws in place, we might have more special needs kids out there. We want to have everyone adopted. And I think this really respects the intent of the original law. The cost is minimal. And I'll move my amendment, Mr. Chair.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Amendment is adopted. We're back on the base bill. Additional questions or comments on Senate Bill 147? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think the body realizes what they just did, but since it's refundable, now it is refundable up to 150% on certain children. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee rises in report, it reports Senate Bill 147 somewhat favorable for passage.
Senator from Lynn, as amended, correct? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 300. Chair recognizes Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee. Oh, there was no amendments on this. Senate Bill 300 is a income tax increase on the privilege tax in Kansas. Currently, banks in any state do not pay income tax because of federal tax code and other reasons, and they pay a privilege tax in Kansas. As a result of the corporate decreases in income tax with the Apex bill, we were asked to consider legislation that would lower the privilege tax for Kansas. It would take it from 225 to 194 in 2024 and 163 in 2025. With that, I'd stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Lynn on Senate Bill 300? Chair recognizes Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No questions. I thought the chairman explained the bill rather well. I rise in opposition to this bill. This is one of the more interesting hearings that, from my standpoint, of a lobbyist asked to come before the committee. Basically, the lobbyist was saying, hey, because you guys did the Apex bill, 347, whatever the number was last year, I guess it was 147. But anyway, they said, hey, because you did the Apex bill, now let's keep in mind that one of the things in the Apex bill is that, every time that we passed an Apex basically project, there was a maximum of 2 in that the Apex language said that we would basically allow corporations to basically cut their corporate income tax rate by 0.5%. And so the lobbyist industry was basically saying, well, they forgot about us in that deal, and so we really should have been a part of it. And so they went ahead then and submitted their bill that's before us today to decrease their privilege tax basically twice. And I guess and once again, the intent, Mr. Chairman, was to mirror the 0.5 corporate income tax rate decrease that the corporations got. To me, this is establishing a very, very bad precedent. One of the things that I did not like about the Apex legislation, and I didn't ultimately do not support the bill, but one of the things I really did not like about the Apex legislation was the fact that when the bill started off, there was no provision for basically a general corporate income tax cut of 0.5%, and yet that got stuck on to the bill, which really had nothing to do with the project at hand. And so, this to me is just another reason of why you always have, I'll call it, other industries coming to the table late in the game saying, well, you made a special provision, for the corporations on Apex, even though they really had nothing to do with Apex, so now we deserve it too. So just from a policy standpoint, somebody saying, well, we should have had it. I guess my response, Mr. Chairman, is that, well, if you should have had it, then the maker of the original amendment to the Apex provision, they should include you guys in it. So I can only assume, Mr. Chairman, that they didn't want you included in it, and therefore your request is really without merit. The other thing, though, I want to share with the body, with this request coming now, I think it really looks bad. Let's keep in mind what's going on in the banking industry right now. We just had Silicon Valley Bank basically being shuttered. And now we're seeing basically concerns about contagion throughout the banking industry, not only in the U.S., but actually worldwide. And I believe even, and some of those can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think there's some regional banks, a couple regional banks close to home here that actually have raised some flags potentially. My point is that one of the arguments that the banking industry was making is that basically we're just like all the other corporations and we should enjoy the same thing. I want to make a real clear distinction to the body. Banks are not like other corporations, they're not like other businesses. They are federally insured. Right now, we have moral hazards in our banking industry. And I have no visibility, Mr. Chairman, to even know what types of hazards are out there, across Kansas with our nationally chartered banks or with our community, Kansas chartered banks. But nevertheless, they are not like other corporations, because when a bank goes down, it's not because they typically went out of business because they were profitable. They typically went out of business because basically they pushed the envelope too far from a risk perspective. And we all know what happens when a bank goes out of business. Once again, not because they weren't profitable, because they pushed the risk envelope, and now here comes the FDIC in to pick up the depositors and figure out how to liquidate the rest of the assets of the bank. So I'm just saying to the body, if you want to give the banks a privilege tax cut, that's fine. I would just ask that you keep in mind basically the other, in my mind, more preferential business tax policies, let alone personal tax policies, that we could put those dollars toward, okay, and vote no on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Lynn, do you wish to comment? Chair recognizes Senator from Riley. Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. And in taxation, I also spoke to this. Looking at the history of the banking industry in the state of Kansas since, I believe, the 1900s, late 1900s, their privilege tax has been reduced from 5% to 4% to 2.2%. Now we're talking about 1.9% and eventually stopping at 1.6%. Eventually, of course, the goal is to go down to 0, and I'm pretty sure they will get there. But because of that, the decrease, it also increases what comes out of our state general fund for all other purposes, and this decreases the revenue going into some of our coffers to help our communities and our residents. So for that reason, I will be in opposition of this bill. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions on Senate Bill 300? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will comment on a couple of items that were said. Discrimination within banks. I got to say, you're banking at the wrong bank. I would look to our local banks, our neighbor banks. You will not find discrimination in those banks. These are hardworking people that are part of the community. I hope that the body understands we're just trying to keep a fair and level playing field. We did lower it for corporations, so we're trying to do the same here. With that, I move that when the committee rises in report, it reports SB 300 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? Motion carried. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2173. The chair recognizes the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you. House Bill 2173 would prohibit any state agency or local unit of government from prohibiting or restricting the use of any refrigerant approved under the federal safe alternative policy when the refrigerant is installed and used according to federal law. This provides consistency with federal law and avoids only federally approved refrigerants from being prohibited by state or local government. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Sedgwick? I see none, Senator. You may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and report House Bill 2173 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2234. The chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 2234 would increase the cost threshold for state building projects at which a negotiating committee must be convened for the selection of architectural, engineering, or land surveying services. It would increase it to $1.5 million and provide for future increases to the thresholds based on the Consumer Price Index. The current limit has been in place since 2015, and the precedent to increase the cost has been set in 1990, 2006, and as I said, 2015. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will stand for questions.
Questions on House Bill 2234. Chair recognizes Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of the bill. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions on House Bill 2234? Seeing none, Senator from Sedgwick, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and report, it report House Bill 2234 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2125. The chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you. House Bill 2125 includes House Bill 2408. They both are regarding the Cosmetology Board. And quite simple. In 2125, evidently, I don't have any tattoos, but evidently if you have it or like to see some of the renowned people in the tattoo field, body piercing field, etc., a state can hold, or somebody in the state can hold a large convention and invite people and artists who are well known to come into the state and show their artistic work. Again, there would be no charge to the recipients, but in Kansas, they are trying to get this approved where they can do this. So this just allows some rules around that with the Board of Cosmetology. And then the other part of this is regarding nursing homes, etc. In those nursing homes, it seemed that we have our board, Mr. Chair, who there are two boards that kind of oversaw these. So if you're a cosmetologist or you're a barber and you're working in a nursing home, at least 51% of the time, it wasn't clear whether this was under the cosmetology board or if it was under the board of the nursing homes. Who oversees this cosmetologist and the barber? So to avoid duplication, it was placed under the Board of Cosmetology and clearing the nursing homes since they were already regulated by the Board of Cosmetology. And those are the two bills we put together for the sake of time on this floor. And I will stand for questions.
Are there questions on House Bill 2125? Chair recognizes the senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like the carrier of the bill, I also do not have any tattoos, but an issue was brought to my attention with the bill in House Bill 2125. I believe it requires the Board of Cosmetology to keep records, photographic records of tattoos for 3 years, which was amended by the House. I would ask that this time if we could possibly pass over this bill temporarily. I have an amendment on the way that's not quite ready.
Without objection, we will pass over House Bill 2125 to wait for an amendment. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2039. The chair recognizes Senator from Meade, Senator Reichman, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments, and I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. Senator, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. HB 2039 as amended would require the Secretary of Wildlife and Parks to issue a free permanent hunting and fishing license to any person residing in the state upon proving proof to the Secretary that such person is a disabled veteran. Disabled veteran is someone that was in the service, they had an honorable discharge, and they were certified that it was at least 30%. There's no sunset on this. This bill passed House 120-2. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions or comments on House Bill 2039? Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I obviously wholeheartedly support our veterans. There's something that we need to understand about how the Department of Wildlife and Parks is funded. They get no general fund money. They function on licenses and fee monies primarily. They do get some federal funds, but they have to have the license and fee funds to qualify for a bigger amount of the federal funds. So while I voted for this bill in committee, we need to understand, because last year we took a bite out of their funding with the bargain of getting kids lifetime licenses. This year, we're giving veterans lifetime licenses. And we just have to be careful, because the work that they do goes beyond just a nice place for us to go fish. It also extends into an economic development issue. Every new resident starts as a visitor. We have to have good wildlife and parks functioning in order to do that. So the more money that we lose in licenses, we lose federal funds with it. If we keep taking bites out of the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks funding, we will have crumbling, uninviting resources, and they'll be unsafe. So having vibrant outdoor recreational possibilities with well-equipped state parks will be key to growing our future economy. I really believe that we need to not let this trend continue. Thank you.
Senator from Meade, do you wish to respond?
I will in closing, thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. I do agree with the senator who just spoke. We already do give these licenses to folks who are 50% disabled. So this opportunity for a free license is already being extended to folks. It does come with a loss in revenue. You know, the state has the cutting edge leasing program to get land leased for resident hunters and such to go hunt on, and this just takes money away from that program. So I think while it's well intended, it ultimately at best is break even, at worst brings a detrimental effect to the department. I would prefer that we stay at the 30% disability, keep the federal money so we can go out and lease land for our residents who are struggling to find places to hunt and fish, and move on. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions on House Bill 2039? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a veteran, and I was in during Vietnam War, and I know how it was to come on back to this country. I do know of veterans that were treated very, very rough. I have not been disabled, but those that are disabled, we have no idea what all they go through. With this particular bill, it makes it for 30%. And we're talking about $28,000 on federal funds. I think this is just a little what these have done to sacrifice for the freedom that we have here. With that, I move that with this committee rises and report, it reports HB 2039 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2080. Chair recognizes Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 2080, or excuse me, House Bill 2080 is the Virtual School Act. It allows students in the state of Kansas that are attending virtually through our public schools to take their state assessments in the same virtual manner. Right now we have nearly 11,000 students attending our public virtual schools. And this year, as in prior years, families are having to travel some considerable distance to a central location where the children have to take their state assessments in one setting. So they might be taking multiple assessments in one setting, and that setting typically is a hotel ballroom, which is something that they're not quite used to. And what this bill does is it allows virtual students to use the setting that they use every day when they're attending their virtual classes. They take it in their classroom. And to assure the safety and the security of the state assessments, prior to taking the assessment, they will need to show the proctor. They will do a 360-degree turnaround of their room. They will have a lockdown browser so that they cannot browse on any other site on their computer. The proctor is prohibited from overseeing more than 10 students, which is not customary of what happens in our face-to-face schools where faculty members might have 20 to 30 students on their computers taking their state assessments. Mr. Chair, I will at this point pause and stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Miami on House Bill 2080? Chair recognizes Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to rise in support of this, strong support, in my opinion. We've moved into the age of technology, 21st century. My own student went through virtual school for a semester, had a stellar time. It's a great program that each of the students goes into this program for their own reasons. The families have their own reasons. Sometimes they're out in rural Kansas, sometimes there are other conditions. And with the security measures put in place, until we find a reason why those aren't working, I feel like it's been tested in other states, and this is a good process for this segment of the population of our students out there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too support this bill. I just want to clarify the fiscal note on this is $5 million with a continuing $3 million for ongoing years and costs. I just want to clarify that this is coming from the state general fund and not falling on each local school district. I guess that's a question.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The bill does indicate that the expenses are the responsibility of the school. Also, I would like to share that there has been some adjustments. I don't have a final take on what the cost. Quite frankly, I think that the cost right now, as it appears in your packet, is inflated because this is an online test. Students throughout the state are already taking it online. So I do believe that this is an inflated cost. I think part of what was shared was that a parallel exam had to be prepared. There's no reason for a parallel exam. Students should be taking statewide the very same exam because within our face-to-face classrooms, they're sitting in front of a laptop or a monitor, computer monitor, and taking the exam that way as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I wasn't clear about, I do have another question, just for clarification.
You may proceed.
So just to be clear, I thought I heard you say this is not coming from the general fund and it's coming from the school district. Is that accurate, or did I mishear that?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The schools are responsible for the cost of the testing. The fiscal note that was prepared, that we have before us, was prepared by Adam Proffitt, and that was before the House committee amended the bill. And we don't have, it has not really been amended since then. I'm not sure why, but it hasn't been.
Senator from Riley.
Thank you for that update. So with that, I originally started off with support. I might have to oppose because I feel I need input from what this means to our local school districts as far as their own fiscal impact as they budget out. I don't know how many students are in each of the school districts that are virtual students and how that impacts their budget. For that reason, I will probably have to oppose it because the funding is not coming from the state general fund. Thank you.
Senator from Miami.
Actually, the good senator does not need to oppose. It is coming from the State Department budget, the Department of Education budget. It was the expenses to travel elsewhere that were being funded by the virtual schools.
Senator from Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that clarification. I can support it once again. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Chair recognizes Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I don't rise in opposition. I did offer an amendment in committee on this bill because I wanted for it to be clear that this bill only deals with state assessments and it does not deal with tests like ACT or SAT, so that that would not change because those tests have national guidelines and would not allow for this process to be in place. So I wanted that to be clear, but I'm not offering that amendment, but I just want the body to be aware this is only dealing with our state assessment.
Additional comments or questions on House Bill 2080? I see none. Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises in report, it reports House Bill 2080 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2236. Chair recognizes Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2236 is referred to as the Parents' Rights Bill. It was brought to us by the House Education Committee. And I would say that one of the things that is significantly different about this version from the House's is that it was amended, and Kansas Family Voice, KSB, and USA got together with that amendment. And the amendment does indicate that the parent may withdraw the student from a class, or that the educational material or activity for it to be changed. It is not included. It can only be because it's not included in the approved district curriculum or approved along the state standards, or it impairs the parent's sincerely held beliefs, values, or principles. One of the things that the amendment also does is it makes it clear that the bill does not excuse a student from the responsibilities that they have. They would need to complete a comparable alternative assignment that has been offered by the school or the school district to earn credit for that course. It also maintains that there are no changes to the requirement of total semester hours that are needed for graduation. So it does not excuse the student from those total hours for them to request that change on a particular, I would say, assignment or project, or it might be a multi-week unit that is to be done by the students. Mr. Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Miami? Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No questions. I do have some concerns with this bill because it's saying that parents can change curriculum. And as we look at AP standards, I have to say I actually got a surprising phone call from my son yesterday. And because of AP credits, he's graduating in 3 years instead of 4. So that was a great surprise for me. But I think as we're looking at this and for parents being able to pull that out, making sure that their children are not ready for those rigorous tests in the vote. So I am going to be opposing this. But if there's no other discussion on this, I am waiting on amendment. So I would ask that we pass over it.
Without objection, we will pass over House Bill 2236 for an amendment. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2322. Chair recognizes Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner, to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Give me a moment to pull that folder. Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2322 is a change in language for children that have disabilities. The change in language, it has to do with specifically with children that have emotional disabilities. We're changing the term emotional disturbance to emotional disability. That being said, Mr. Chair, I do have an amendment. And Mr. Chair, the amendment is 1890.
Please allow us a moment to distribute. Senator from Miami, would you like your amendment read, or would you like to explain it?
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to explain. When we look on page 4, page 5, as well as page 1 of the bill, we are inserting the term dyslexia. Now, in 2004, Congress did enact the IDEA Act, which is the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. They do include dyslexia in that act. We simply have not included that language in our statutes, and I will stand for any questions.
Are there comments or questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Just checking to see if someone was actually standing. Okay. Mr. Chair, recently in our Education Committee, we had our state expert. He's not only our expert in this state, but throughout the Midwest and the United States. Dr. David Herford, who is a professor, a dean, and is the head of the Reading Center down at Pittsburgh State University. He shared with us that today in the state of Kansas, we have 34% of our students in our schools that have dyslexia or a other form of language-based learning disability, so I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment is adopted. Back on the bill. Additional questions or comments on House Bill 2322? Seeing none, Senator from Miami, you may close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Any parent that has a child with a disability wants to make sure that they receive the services that they need and the services that will help their child as they continue in the education process. So, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and it reports House Bill 2322 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2240. I apologize, Senator Baumgartner, can you restate your last motion as amended? I thought you did, but we need clarification.
I did say as amended, but I will say it again. I move that when the committee rises and report House Bill 2322 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2240. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2240, we talk often about simple bills or easy bills. This bill is 7 words. And this was brought to us by the Department for Children and Families. As you can see in the bill, it's hereby amended because whenever a child was placed in a qualified residential treatment program, The secretary was to notify the court in writing within 7 days. However, it was not clear who would give the written notice to the 7 parties, the petitioner, attorneys for the parents themselves, the child if over age 12, etc. This bill just clarifies that. It says the clerk of the district court shall give that written notice. And I stand for questions.
Are there comments or questions on House Bill 2240? I see none, Senator. You may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports favorably for passage, House Bill 2240.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2375. The chair recognizes Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2375 addresses what's going on in higher education right now with regard to training our baccalaureate and master's students in social work. So for them to obtain licensure, they have to be attending an accredited program in any of our institutions that are offering that. Right now, we have 3 institutions that are offering the baccalaureate and master's program virtually. But that also has to go through a separate accreditation process. We learned actually the day of our hearing in Senate Education Committee that Fort Hays State University had finally completed the requirements for that accreditation process. But for you to go through the process as an institution, obviously a baccalaureate program is a 4-year program, a master's is additional years, and the institution must offer those courses, all of that curriculum, and in the process of offering them virtually, they go through that yearly step-by-step approval from BSRB, which is the Behavioral Science Regulatory Board. What this bill does is as a student completes either their baccalaureate degree or their master's degree through one of these institutions that's going through the accreditation process, they would receive a temporary license to be practicing in our state as social workers. Once the institution receives accreditation, then the student would go ahead and they would have to earn their degree. They would have to pass the state exam that's required of them. They would need to complete their application with the regulatory board and pay the fee for their license. So this is simply putting into practice that they would have that temporary license while the institutions earn their accreditation. Mr. Chair, I'm happy to stand for questions.
Are there comments or questions on House Bill 2375? Chair recognizes Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just stand in strong support of this bill as well. It was brought to my attention by the local University of St. Mary. It was here celebrating their 100th anniversary just a month or two ago, and they've been trying to remedy this for a good year and a half. They're in a transition stage with this program, trying to address the needs that we have, the critical shortage of social workers, and I really believe this is a great step in bringing the students into our state, getting them accredited. It has clear oversight, and I urge your support for this bill. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and report House Bill 2375 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2059. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill would amend the various provisions of the Kansas Liquor Control Act and the Club and Drinking Establishment Act and would provide for alcohol samples of spirits and wines up to 3 liters and beer up to 3 gallons to be provided to drinking establishments and clubs as samples to help promote new products. These samples would not be available for retail sale to the public or consumption by the public, but for those drinking establishments and their employees, again, basically to promote new products that have come out within the last 12 months. Also, it contains a provision in the common consumption areas that would remove the requirement that public streets or roadways be blocked from motorized traffic during events in these common consumption areas. So if we're talking about, Power and Light District over in the Kansas City area, of course, that's in the Missouri side, but in Topeka, the Noto area, or town center down in Old Town, rather, down in Wichita, this would allow for those people who buy a beer at a restaurant to carry it out into the common consumption area, attend an event. It just opens the roads up. And that's essentially the entire bill. With that, I will stand for questions.
Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the underlining bill. However, I do have an amendment that I wish to add on, and the number is 1885.
Please allow us to distribute. Senator from Sedgwick, would you like your amendment read, or would you like to explain it?
I'll explain it, please.
Please proceed.
All right, so ultimately, the amendment is just on page 3. It adds that the provision of alcoholic liquor or cereal malt beverage as a prize for a charitable raffle conducted in accordance with the statute, except no prize shall be provided in person under 21 years of age. Ultimately, this goal is to allow us to use these as charitable raffle prizes. We have some charities that wish to provide, a nice bottle of wine or liquor. However, the law is confusing and just needs some clarity. And however, this would just ensure that people are allowed to do that. And so with that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions on the Senator from Sedgwick amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question, so the prize raffle regarding this amendment, would that just be held at the outdoor event that we're speaking of, like in Wichita, we have the River Fest? Is that those raffles in other places and spaces, or just for these particular events?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
So this is Senate Bill 269, which we heard in committee on March 14th. And so this would actually apply to all charitable events, not just those that are in the underlining bill.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional comments or questions on the amendment? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Just a quick question for the maker of the amendment. I don't know the law on this. I'm just wondering, is this not legal currently, since we do see this happening already, Mr. Chair?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
That is why we're bringing the amendment forward, to just bring that clarity. There has some misunderstanding, I believe, and this is just to clarify that, yes, it is now, will be illegal.
Additional comments or questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. Back on the base bill, additional comments or questions for the Senator from Johnson? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the Senator from Johnson carrying the bill could just expound a little bit more for clarification on the piece where we're not requiring roads be blocked, or and the signage, the postage of the signage that lets people know that an event is going on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator. Yes, the signage must be posted in the size necessary to notify the public about the area that is defined by the common consumption area. It needs to be very conspicuous so people are aware of it. Obviously, we're concerned about opening it up to motorized traffic, but that would allow for businesses who exist within those common consumption areas to have that traffic flow in case they are not part of that event. But it would really give the city a lot more latitude. They would obviously work with the police, and the signage and postage just clearly defines those common consumption areas.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fausto.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, thank you for the clarification.
Additional comments or questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move when the committee rises and reports, it report House Bill 2059 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. Senator from Barton, has your amendment arrived? Has your amendment arrived yet? Senator from Sykes, Senator Sykes, has your amendment arrived? We are at a point where not both parties have caucused on bills, so we will stand at ease for 10 to 15 minutes to see if either one of those amendments arrive. And then if they don't, we will report progress after that point. So the Senate is at ease until we reconvene. The Senate will come to order. The chair recognizes the majority leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee rise and report progress.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. Are there announcements? The chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a reminder, Senate Fed and State Affairs Committee will meet at 12:15 in 144 South, our typical room for a quick committee meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Senate Education Conference Committee will meet with House on their adjournment. We are in 159 South. Thank you.
Are there additional announcements? Chair recognizes Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Republicans will caucus in room 548 at 1:30, and I yield to the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Senate Democrats will caucus at 1:30 in 287 North. I yield back to the senator from Cali.
Senator from Cali.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move that the Senate recess till 2:30 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. The Senate is recessed.
Senate will come to order. The chair recognizes the senator from Finney, Senator Dahl, on a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Today we have the honor to have the two-time 1A Division II state championship basketball team from Tribune, Kansas, Greeley County High School. These guys, the last 2 years, were 49-3. 49-3. As I call your name, please stand. The head coach is Josh Gooch. Assistant Drew Zier. The seniors were Titus Shear, Isaac Schneider, Valentin Valabos, Jackson Brandell, Meredith Yanzi, Carlson Lubers, Clay Smith. Manager is Junior Ferguson and Lincoln Schaefer. And their superintendent is John Newhouse. I really blew that name, I know that. These guys, they had a particular player. You know, basketball is a team sport. They had a particular player that in his career scored over 2,000 points. 2,000 points, you think about that. You know, if you play 25 games a year, and 4 years, that's 100 games, you averaged over 20 points a game. Not only that, you had 1,000 rebounds. That's 10 rebounds a game if you've had over 100. You know, counting town team, all the way through, I don't know if I got like 100. This guy's 2,000 points. That's incredible. You know what else that tells you? That tells you had great teammates. Your teammates make a player. A player makes teammates. The coach works them hard. They have to be unselfish. And to win 2 state championships and then drive 5.5 hours to 6 hours to get here to be honored. So I would love our Senate to give these guys a big hand for their accomplishments and what they're going to accomplish later on in life.
Congratulations, team, and welcome to the Senate, and have a safe trip home. We will now return to the Committee of the Whole with Senator Longmine in the chair. Good afternoon. We will now go back to House Bill 2125. The senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, was carrying, and we were waiting on an amendment from the senator from Barton. Senator, do you have your amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. It is number 1908.
Okay, let us distribute, please. Senator from Barton, would you like your amendment read, or would you like to explain it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's fairly simple. I can explain. This would basically amend the bill from requiring licensed tattoo artists to keep their
the records of all of their clients for 1 year instead of 3 years. So simply strike 3 years and insert 1 year on page 6 in line 1.
Comments or questions on the amendment from the Senator from Barton? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I don't have an opinion actually one way or the other, but this was 5 years. The amendment in committee was for 3. This takes it down to 1. So I guess the will of the body as to what is the importance of keeping them, those records for the period of time, now reducing all the way from 5 down to 1.
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not on the committee, nor was I part of the discussion in the House, but I believe that the Board of Cosmetology is fine with the language of 1 year. Just a little other information, and just for the record again, I do not have any tattoos, but the body might be interested to learn that 1 in 5 adults in the U.S. has a tattoo. Tattoos provide distinguishing marks for identification. They also may suggest your affiliation to a gang, a subculture, a religious or ritualistic belief, or political ideology. And they also contain intelligence, messages, meaning, and motivation. In more recent years, the law enforcement community has been compiling a database of tattoos of inmates. And this is not to say that people could not be discriminated against or targeted simply because of the tattoos on their body. If I were providing advice to a friend, I would say, do not get a tattoo. It could potentially lead to the government or any other organization tracking you and using that information not to your benefit. So the only reason for the amendment is just to require that those licensed tattoo artists only keep the records, which are photograph records of their clients' tattoos, for just 1 year.
Additional comments or questions on the amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fausto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, the carrier of the amendment. Just clarification. So we're talking about an established tattoo artistry businesses, so no requirement in some type of training of tattoos. Just clarification of where this message would be would apply to, in businesses or in training of tattoo services.
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure about the question.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I don't know, well, if we actually have tattoo schools that train individuals to apply tattoos, or are we talking about those who just provide the service through an apprenticeship as a tattoo artist? I'm just trying to find out, to maintain these pictures, the tattoos or the pictures, would we be maintaining that information only within a current tattoo business location, and so that those tattoo artists would know they need to do this? I mean, where are we requiring? The senator mentioned that the tattoos, that the pictures would only be taken and used by who, is the question, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me clarify. This amendment does not change any of that language in the bill. I believe that is probably through rules and regulations by the Board of Cosmetology. This simply changes the requirement of those licensed providers to keep a case history card. It says on page 5 of the bill in line 43, case history cards shall be kept for each client for a period of 3 years. We're simply changing the 3 to 1.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So that does clarify my question of the persons retaining that information is an actual business entity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional comments or questions on the amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been standing up, sitting down, standing up, sitting down, because honestly, I'm a little confused, and I'm hoping maybe I can get some clarification. Why, what is the purpose behind the card that we're keeping for whatever length of time?
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had no part in the drafting of that portion of the bill. I believe that those rules and regulations are decided by the Board of Cosmetology. This only requires a business, a tattoo business or body piercing business, whatever, to keep those client history cards on file for 1 year. Current statute, I believe, is 5 years. I believe the House amended it to 3 years. This would just simply limit the government involvement in the private business record keeping to 1 year.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, without knowing why it was 5 years or limited to 3 years or potentially 1 year, without even knowing why, I'm not comfortable with making a decision without that information. I wasn't part of the committee either, obviously, and I would have to be a no unless there's more information that could be provided in some way.
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe other licensed professionals, for example, cosmetologists, estheticians, what have you, don't keep track of how many times they cut your hair in a year. They don't take photographs necessarily all the time, or are not required to take photographs of everything else they do in providing that service. So why would we require tattoo artists to maintain a client history of 5 years, 3 years? The 1 year is to just for a safe practice of a possibility of an outbreak of some sort, or a facility maybe not passing inspection or something. It's just to ensure the safety of the client.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Well, if the carrier of the amendment doesn't know why this is even a part of the law, then I don't think we should be changing it. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions on the amendment? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to follow up some additional questions. And in the amendment language, is it basically requiring the business to get rid of the cards after a year, or just basically saying you are not required to keep them beyond the year?
Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe the language in the bill says that they are not required to. This would not prohibit them from keeping the client record, but they would not be required to.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I appreciate the dialogue on this. I'm going to oppose the amendment only because I know, like, when I get my hair cut, I used to get it at Great Clips anyway. You go in there and, Mr. Chairman, they put little notes on your card about, how you want your hair cut. And for all I know, Mr. Chairman, there may be some beneficial health reasons as to why there may be something that the tattoo artist may want to note about the customer on the card, just in case specifically there may be some health issues or something like that, either kind of like as a standard of care for future tattoos that client might get, or conversely, if there is maybe something having to do with maybe some health issue where you could basically have some sort of transmission issues maybe between clients at that studio. So I will oppose the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional comments or questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I may move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes appear to have it. The noes have it. We are back on House Bill 2125. Are there additional questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for a quick review, the House bill would create a charitable event permit under which licensees would be able to provide tattooing, cosmetic tattooing, or body piercings at no cost to the recipients, and the temporary license would expire 30 days after issuance by the board. And also, CMS KDHE will continue to regulate the facility, the beauty shop within the nursing home, but not be subject to inspection because the cosmetology barbering board would oversee and regulate the actual barber and cosmetologist. And having said that, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2125 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, do you have your amendment ready for 2236?
We do have the amendment, but the senator from Wyandotte is carrying that.
Okay. Senator from Wyandotte?
Thank you. And that amendment is 1909.
Yes, please. Very secretive about it, so yes.
Senator from Wyandotte, would you like to have your amendment read, or would you like to explain it?
I can explain it. This amendment is putting due process back into our statute.
Are there questions for the senator from Wyandotte? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I would ask the carrier of the amendment, why? How many egregious situations have we had that we would need to put this on?
Senator from Wyandotte.
Well, I'm not certain what the senator means by egregious situations, but this is a bill that speaks specifically to parental rights, and one of the things with under due process is that a teacher would feel safe about sharing information about any conditions, whether they're educational or physical, within their school environment to parents and the community with due process.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to have a clarification from the Rules Committee as to whether this is germane.
Germaneness has been questioned. The Rules Committee shall meet and determine whether the amendment is germane to House Bill 2236.
The Senate will come back to order. Chair recognizes the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We find that the amendment introduces a new section, amends, adds several new sections and amending current statutes. So we find it not germane. Thank you.
The ruling is that the amendment is not germane. We are back on the bill. Are there additional questions for the senator from Miami on House Bill 2236? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I would say that I don't agree since this is in the same chapter, and I've been told repeatedly in committees that if it's by the reviser that it's in the same chapter, that it is fitting. So I would just remind the body that Kansas is one of 4 states that does not have clearly established statutory due process. Due process was in their state law until 2014, and then it was removed without a hearing on the Senate floor at about midnight, if I recall. So it had been in place at that time till then. This bill specifically speaks to parental bill. It's the Parental Bill of Rights, and within that, we're talking about parents having the ability to know what's going on in their schools, and teachers feeling secure and confident to tell parents and the community when conditions in our schools might be harmful to students' physical, emotional, or educational is paramount to being able to do their jobs. So without having due process in place, that can make it very difficult for teachers often to feel safe and secure. The other thing is that restoring due process would be a good tool to help recruit and retain educators. This year alone, we are 16, at this point in time, we are 1,600 teachers short in the state of throughout the state of Kansas in all areas. So due process is one way to attract and retain.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we truly cared about parents being able to actually know what's going on in their schools, as the advocates for this legislation are saying, we would have voted for that amendment and it would have been germane because, as the senator from Wyandotte said, due process provides teachers security and confidence to tell parents and the community when conditions in their schools might be harmful to students physically, emotionally, or educationally. But since we didn't really want to have that conversation, I'm just going to say this bill is unnecessary. It's an unnecessary burden on teachers and administrators, and all of our education advocates oppose mandates for bureaucratic tasks that take time and effort from the classroom. And I believe it was stated that the amendment that got on in committee was supported by a lot of these organizations, but I would like to just let everyone know, for the record, USA, KASB, and KNA are all opposed to this legislation. But thank you.
Additional comments or questions for the senator from Miami? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to address a few issues. It is concerning to me that part of what was discussed, and it was just mentioned, so there really wasn't a back and forth discussion, but that is that notion of teachers not feeling safe. This is not a Bill of Rights. It is simply the parents' right to direct the education and upbringing of their children, to ask questions about curriculum and what materials might be used or what activities would be used. And if they felt that they were not within what had been approved curriculum, that they could, within the district, that they could ask for an alternative option from the instructor, or their student could be removed from the class and be in a different class. I don't think that parents asking questions should be viewed as threatening. But when we do raise the issue that teachers need to be feel safe that they can share when children might be at risk. I think those were the words that were used, or unsafe conditions. Educators in our state are mandated reporters. And if there is any unsafe condition, perceived, real or perceived, educators are mandated to report that, and I hope that they do. I was not in this body when action was taken that was mentioned in 2014. But what I have been in this body is we have seen over the last several years that parent requests have been ignored at the local level, not only within the school buildings, but also within the school districts when they attend school board meetings. So, Mr. Chair, I do move that when the committee rises and report House Bill 2236 favorably for passage. And I would like to add one more thing. I think that in my statements earlier this morning when we talked about this bill, I indicated the groups that came together to work through language. The language was provided by KASB, simply identified the groups that came together on language. I don't think that I ever said that they endorsed. After they offered the language, then they said, this is the language we would like, but we don't support the bill. But I do support the bill and hope that we will pass it favorably for passage. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? Motion carried. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 291. Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's safe to assume that everyone in this chamber and within the sound of my voice at some point in time would like to retire, and would like to retire with maximum returns on their profits so that they don't have to go into retirement worrying about whether or not they have to go back to work or not. And that's what this bill is about. Senate Bill 291 would prohibit state agencies and other political subdivisions from giving preferential treatment to or discriminating against companies based on environmental, social, or governance criteria in the procuring or letting of contracts. It also would require fiduciaries of the KPERS system to act solely in the interest of participants and beneficiaries of the system. That includes proxy voters. It also restricts state agencies from adopting ESG criteria or requiring any person or business to operate in accordance with such criteria. It also provides the enforcement of this act by the Attorney General and indemnifies KPERS with respect to actions taken in compliance with this act, meaning essentially we hold KPERS harmless for doing what we are asking them to do in this particular bill. And with that, I will stand for questions, Mr.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had to make sure I had the number. I do have an amendment. It's 1898.
Okay. Please allow us to distribute. Senator from Lynn, would you like your amendment read or would you like to explain it?
I'll explain my amendment. And I did have a brief conversation with the chairman on this amendment, but it is a little different angle. What this amendment would do is restrict investments, Kansas money in foreign adversary governments, non-government entities, and it would give us 18 months to withdraw any of those investments. And foreign adversaries is defined by the federal government, and it does allow the Attorney General's office to amend those through rules and regs and diligent thought process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would stand for questions.
Are there questions on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I do have a question, if she would stand for it.
She's standing.
Yes, can you please tell me what the fiscal note is associated with this amendment, as well as the implications to this type of restructuring?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure the fiscal note on this, but what it would do, I think we have approximately 130-some million investments in China. The last I looked, 30-some million in Russia. It would give the state 18 months to pull those investments out.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you for that information. This is a pretty big endeavor, a pretty big lift with this type of an amendment, and I would encourage the body to vote it down because we would certainly need more analysis and more information to get a better understanding of what exactly the ramifications would be. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, do you wish to comment?
No.
Chair recognizes Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may ask questions.
You may.
Okay. Just a question on, it says section 9 here, that foreign adversary means any government or non-government person to be determined to be a foreign adversary, pursuant to 15 CFR. And then B, it says, upon any occasion when 15 CFR is amended, the Attorney General, at the Attorney General's sole discretion, may add or remove a government or non-government person from the definition of foreign adversary. And so am I to believe that we're going to allow the Attorney General, whoever that might be, to determine who's an adversary of the United States government?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Accuracy is important, and he left a very big part of that sentence out. It says the Attorney General sole discretion adopt rules and regulations. So he not only goes through, he decides whether to put it in or out based off a federal list of adversaries, and then it goes through our rules and regs process with the Secretary of State, the Attorney General's office, and through the Committee on Rules and Regs, and there's a public comment period.
Senator from Leavenworth.
Thank you for that clarification.
Additional comments or questions on the amendment? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's critical that we do not invest in countries that are trying to take us down. Mr. Chairman, I ask that the body support the amendment. With that, I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. Amendment is adopted. Back on the bill, Senate Bill 291, additional questions for the Senator from Johnson. Senator from Reno's.
Thank
Senator
you.
Stephan.
I have an amendment.
And the number?
1896.
Senator from Reno, would you like your amendment read or would you like to explain it?
Well, in this particular circumstance, the way it flows, in reading it, I'm going to ask that it be read. I think that will facilitate its understanding.
The reader will read.
Mr. President, I move to amend Senate Bill 291 as further amended by Senate Committee on page 1 in line 24 by striking line 6 and inserting 7. By striking 6 and inserting 7. On page 6, following line 33 by inserting new section 5, a registered investment advisor as defined in KSA 17-12A102 and amendments thereto prior to investing any monies owned by a client shall disclose to each new client and at least annually to each existing client the following notice in writing. Notice, Environmental, social, and governance, or ESG investing, may limit your return on investment compared to investments that do not use such criteria. You should ask your investment advisor for more specific information on whether there are more investment alternatives available with entities that do not use such ESG criteria and that instead rely on ordinary business considerations in making investment decisions. The Kansas Legislative Research Department, with content as approved by the Legislative Coordinating Council, maintains a website link at www.kslegresearch.org/ESG disclosure that contains information about environmental, social, and governance investing and how the utilization of ESG standards, including preferential or discriminatory considerations other than the financial risk or financial return, may affect the return on your investments. Section B, the Legislative Research Department shall develop and maintain an environmental, social, and governance disclosure webpage on the Legislative Research Department's website that contains information about environmental, social, and governance investing. Such information shall be approved by the Legislative Coordinating Council. Section C, conduct prohibited by this section shall be considered an act, practice, or course of business that operates or would operate as a fraud or deceit in accordance with KSA 17-12A502 and amendments thereto. Section D, nothing in this section shall be construed to establish any requirements for registration, capital, custody, margin, financial responsibility, making and keeping of records, bonding or financial or operational reporting for a registered investment advisor that differ from the requirements established under federal law to the extent that such requirements are applicable to the registered investment advisor. The requirements of this section shall not apply to annuities managed by an insurance corporation. Section E, the provisions of this section or any contract or practice subject to this section may be enforced by the Attorney General. The Attorney General may investigate possible violations of the section in accordance with the provisions of KSA 50-631 and amendments thereto, and by renumbering the sections accordingly. On page 1 in the title in line 17, before providing, by inserting, directing registered investment advisors to provide certain environmental, social, and governance criteria notice to clients.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. This amendment is about consumer protection, plain and simple. When a person deviates from standard investment practices, bad things happen to good people. We saw that recently with the Silicon Valley Bank. They deviated, and a lot of people stood to get burned, but were bailed out. I saw it in my investing last year. You know, I chose to invest in oil and gas, and I made 250% on my exchange-traded funds, while our Kansas retirement fund lost money because they were in an ESG-founded fund. So we want to protect the citizens of Kansas by letting them know what's going on. If they know what's going on and say, fine, well, then it's on them. If this happens to them and they're not warned, it's a problem for somebody. So it's not only protecting the consumer, this is protecting the entity that sells the product as well. And I support it completely. It's good business, it's good practice, it's treating people the way I'd want to be treated.
Comments or questions on the amendment? Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have several concerns. This amendment would require extreme restructuring of KPERS, the entire $24 billion investment portfolio. This restructuring is estimated to reduce the expected investment returns by $3.6 billion. This essentially would take us backwards 10 years. Additionally, the bill as it currently stands solely focuses on public and state investments. It does not talk about private enterprise and private investments or contracts, which the amendment would expand to. On that basis, I challenge the germaneness.
Germaneness has been challenged. The Rules Committee will convene to determine whether it is germane.
May I make a statement?
You may make a statement after the germaneness question. Senate will come to order. Chair recognizes Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment does amend to deal with a different topic or subject. One is state and public funds, the other is private funds. The amendment changes a private local bill into a general bill, so this amendment is not germane.
The ruling of the committee is that the amendment is not germane. We are back on the bill. Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. I would like to point out that every word in this amendment was contained within the bill, the body of the bill as written and presented and heard in committee. So I guess the question I would have for the good senator from McPherson, if I'm able to ask a question, would be for an explanation on the germane ruling and whether the bill was written incorrectly from the beginning or some explanation thereof, please.
Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Very simply, the committee standard for germaneness is much different than the Senate standard for germaneness. And this, even though it was introduced with the original bill, it's my understanding, which has no influence on us, but it was real germane, non-germane in the House.
Chair recognizes Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. Well, I guess a follow-up question would be that this amendment was actually put in by the committee during committee time. So again, I guess an explanation is did the committee make a mistake by putting this in the bill?
Senator from Reno, I'm going to give you a little bit of latitude. By rule, your opportunity is to challenge the ruling, but if you wish to ask that question, I will refer to the senator from McPherson, but they've already made their ruling, so he can answer that question or not.
Okay, I appreciate
Senator
that.
from
Thank
McPherson.
you. So then I would end that with, I do challenge the ruling under those auspices.
The ruling of the Rules Committee has been challenged. Okay. A motion has been made to challenge the ruling of the chair. That is a debatable motion, but only on the rule, not on the policy behind it. A yes vote will sustain a ruling of the chair, and a no vote will overrule the ruling of the rules chair. Everyone clear on that? Anyone wish to speak? Okay. All those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is ruled not germane. We are back on the bill. Any additional questions for Senate Bill 291? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just might note that in the last year, the 10 largest ESG funds by asset have all posted double-digit losses. We need to protect our KPERS funds and our retirements funds so that we can maximize profits. And that's why Senate Bill 291 is so important. And I move that when the committee rises and report, it reports Senate Bill 291 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. No. Motion carried. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 309. The chair recognizes the senator from Saline, Senator Clays, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 309 as amended does four things. First, it creates the Fixing Instant Revenue Shock for Taxpayers Fund, or the FIRST Fund. It creates the Local Extraordinary Needs Fund. It abolishes the Local Ad Valorem Tax Reduction Fund, and it creates a joint committee in relation to the Local Extraordinary Needs Fund. The first fund would be administered by the state treasurer and would be used solely to reimburse cities, counties, and other local taxing districts for a loss of sales tax revenue due to the enactment of legislation. The bill requires $220 million from SGF to the fund on July 1st of 23. The bill also requires the Department of Revenue to be responsible for certifying to the state treasurer the impact of any legislation on sales tax receipts. The state treasurer would reimburse the local taxing entities for the amount certified. The bill also creates the Extraordinary Needs Fund. It requires a transfer of $50 million from SGF. It would be for the purposes of providing grants to cities and counties for capital expenditure projects approved by the Joint Committee on Local Extraordinary Needs Grants that would be established similar to the Joint Committee on State Building Construction, five from the House, 5 from the Senate. The bill then also, as I mentioned earlier, abolishes the Local Ad Valorem Tax Reduction Fund, and then there are several references in there that are also removed in the statute book. The Senate Committee on Ways and Means amended the bill to add some non-city or county local taxing districts and Washburn University to the list of entities with the authority to request funding from both funds. The fiscal note on these would be $270 million total for the two funds, approximately $93,000 for the state treasurer for a single FTE, and then Legislative Administrative Services estimates roughly $27,000 for any legislators and committee assistants for meetings of that joint committee. And with that, I would stand for questions on SB 309.
Are there questions for the senator from Saline on SB 309? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a few questions.
You may proceed.
So I understand that this is setting aside $220 million from the state general fund. What would happen if the certificates that are submitted go beyond $220 million?
Senator from Saline.
It appears the way that the bill is written that it would be first come, first serve.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if all the requests come in on the same day?
Senator from Saline.
I suppose we would have to be very specific about our timestamps.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand that this is an attempt to make whole those taxing entities that would lose revenue if they can't collect funds on sales of food. But I think we would want to do this in a way that affects all those taxing entities jointly. I would much rather than first come, first serve. Whatever money is available is divided by some percentage of those requests. So does the senator from Saline have an idea about what revenue would be needed to cover all the requests?
Senator from Saline.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just taking estimates that are available to us publicly now regarding the sales tax on food, it appears that the local sales tax on food that it would come in under that amount. There's 480 million approximately in state revenue from the 6.5%. So some rough math would estimate that the local entities would all have to be at an average of over 3.75 to have 220 million be eaten up.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that answer, but I do know that we've seen some significant inflation. I'm hoping without the sales tax on food, people will be buying more for their holidays. So again, I think that's a concern. The other question for the senator from Saline is why did the committee make the decision to eliminate the transfer of the ad valorem tax relief?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was included in the original bill as it was submitted to the committee. I believe that the issue at hand with LAVTRF is that it has not been funded, at least in the decade that I've served in this building. And then also it would be duplicative then of this particular type of fund that is intended to reimburse for a very specific purpose.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hear more concerns about property tax. I do think that we need, as a legislative body, to address that concern. So I know that we have included provisos in our budget, but I would like to get to the point, and I think we may have it this year, when we have enough funds to be able to fund that property tax relief. I'm also concerned that it is the majority body who's selecting the members of the committee, and I trust them, but I'd like a way to verify. So I'm also concerned with that process. Thank you.
Senator from Saline, do you wish to comment?
No, not at this time.
Chair recognizes Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, and I have some questions for the senator from Saline.
He's standing.
Okay. My first question would be this 220 million. Could the senator from Saline share with the body how long that should last as a resource for local units of government to apply to?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The current bill as it's written states that on July 1st, 2023, that transfer shall take place. Of course, every law is subject to appropriation through the appropriations process, so regardless of what this might imply, it is only for a 12-month period. And also the Extraordinary Needs Fund is also for a 12-month period.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. And would this legislation, as it's written now, would it create a 12-month delay for cities and counties to receive the funding?
Senator from Saline.
There would be, the money would be available after the transfer on July 1 of 2023. There would need to be 12 months prior to the effective date. So it appears that yes, because there would need to be an accounting of the sales tax or compensating use tax revenue that would have been actually collected versus that which was not collected, that there would be 12 months of calculating that experience.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. And would that also be based on the fact that those local units of government also have to comply with the revenue neutral rate requirements?
Correct. They do need to.
From Saline.
I'm sorry. Correct.
Thank you. So there would be a 12-month delay of receiving the funds, which means that would be a loss of what they would have been collecting as sales tax on food. It appears that this funding could possibly only be in place for 1 year. So just as you mentioned earlier that the bill includes totally deleting the LAVTR, which we have not funded for the last 20 years. So this would be a guess on your part, but the question came up, why should our local units of government then trust us to fund this fixing instant revenue shock for taxpayer fund when we haven't done it for those other things that we have chosen not to fund in the past, like the LAVTR?
Senator from Saline.
I don't have an answer to that.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. I guess that causes the much concern for our local units of government and for myself, for my community, because if the ability for using sales tax revenues to pay for police and fire and the regular expenses that local units of government have to cover, street repair, are not available, then there has to look for another source. Does the senators from Saline, is there another source that our local units governments would have if they don't have sales tax?
Senator from Saline.
The purpose of the bill, Mr. Chairman, is to mitigate some of the shock from potentially passing Senate Bill 248, which keeps the promise to axe the tax on taking food to true zero. We have heard the rhetoric about axing the tax and bringing the tax rate on food to zero, but that's not really true. And this bill, what it would do is it would mitigate the instant shock of having those funds no longer available to a community so that they could continue with any of the projects that they have in front of them. The 12-month requirement certainly is not ideal in the sense that it would require some time to budget for things that are ongoing expenses, but certainly the end result being that there is $270 million available to communities to apply for, not only for the $220 million for the loss of sales tax revenue, but then the additional $50 million in grants available for single projects. I know that there is a community in my own district that is looking at a sales tax increase for a particular project, and if they were eligible for this, would not need to increase that tax at all. So there are certainly some very positive items about this bill that should the entities that are considering raising taxes might not have to do so, and they can, of course, budget for the 12-month period, knowing that perhaps Senate Bill 248 is coming, or any other legislation that would potentially impact the sales tax revenues for those entities.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. Well, I can't speak for the senator from Saline. I can just speak for myself, and reflecting back on the vote that was taken last year by this body, which overwhelmingly passed the removal of the sales tax on food, the state portion of the removal of the sales tax on food over a 3-year period. And it was what we voted on the state portion, and it's what was shared with constituents across the state, that was the removal of the sales tax on food on the state portion. Nothing about the local, that the locals will be held whole, and now we're saying that somehow this is better, even though we are impacting the local share. And I did ask the senator a question. The senator from Saline. So if my local unit government or your local unit government no longer has the sales tax of food available, and they're losing those revenues, what options do they have available to them to replace them?
Senator from Saline.
Right, currently they have none unless we pass Senate Bill 309. If we pass Senate Bill 248 and there is that loss of revenue, then there will be nothing as the backstop. That happens frequently. We determine what items are taxed in this body, and we have multiple times removed items without this sort of hold harmless backstop. We have passed the machinery and equipment tax exemption that had absolutely no backstop available of this kind, and certainly didn't have $50 million in additional grants available for cities to do large projects.
Senator from Wyandotte.
The question might be what large is when the maximum amount is $2 million that you can apply for. And it's limited in the number that can apply, that can accept it as it is. How does this then, what's the potential issue when it comes to bond payments, star bonds, and funding for projects that have already been anticipated to be funded through sales tax by our local unit of government?
Senator from Saline.
One moment while I learn more about what we've done with star bonds. Okay. Thank you. Just getting some clarification on that, Mr. Chairman. So our omnibus last time had the star bond hold harmless for the state portion. However, 309 would then also act as the hold harmless for the local portion here.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I did not understand that response. Could the senator expound on that again, please?
Senator from Saline.
Sure. When it comes to star bond districts and the amount that is being brought in by groceries specifically, last year we addressed the state sales tax portion through a hold harmless provision so that those star bond projects would be held harmless from the reduction of the state portion. However, if there is a local portion, then 309 would be the answer to that.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. So you're saying that the 309 has within it has a mechanism to hold harmless for star bonds for the portion that would have been covered or could be covered through sales tax on food in that star bonds district?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The same process that already exists for certifying funds that were lost would also be applicable to any funds that were necessary for the star bond.
Senator from Wyandotte.
And how would that then pertain to other bond projects that that communities had passed specifically, say to fund a community pool or a juvenile detention facility? How would that be addressed?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, it's the same setup. It's Senate Bill 309 allows for them to apply through the Department of Revenue, and then those are certified to the treasurer, and then the treasurer releases those funds.
Senator from Wyandotte.
I I don't know that I would agree with the senator from Saline. This bill would mean that my community or yours, if they had a specific project, would not be able to recoup those sales tax at the same rate, because they would not be taking in sales tax on food that they had planned for. Generally, if a project is approved by the voters in a community, it's for a period of time. If your community is losing the revenue source to pay off those bonds in that period of time, then you're going to have to come up with those funds another way. The only other option I know in my community would be property taxes. So this bill is taking away a community's sales tax and potentially causing local units of government to look for other ways to fund those necessary public safety obligations that they have to keep their communities safe. This legislation is a backstop for another piece of legislation that we're just saying, hey, we're putting this in place, but it has no long-term benefit for our community. It's a one-time funding source, and for my communities that I represent, it's causing a lot of concern as to trusting the legislature to continue to fund it when as is being reflected in this legislation right now, taking away the LVTR that we haven't funded for 20 years. You mentioned the on machinery and equipment. That is another loss that occurred to our communities, and that the list goes on. So it does beg the question as to whether our local unit of government, where citizens have voted on sales tax themselves to tax themselves locally for projects that are important to them, and they're making the best decisions for their communities, and it certainly does go against home rule.
Senator from Saline, do you wish to comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield to the senator from Butler.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can tell there's a complete disconnect in the conversation, and there's like some type of assumption. There's literally no scenario in which this bill is not good or better for our local governments. Not one, right? The assumption, the opponents are assuming you got a passage of kind of honesty in the zero taxes to food. But that's not the law. House hasn't even taken it up. But you know what we are considering? Governor has a proposal on feminine needs and diapers. That's a complete exemption, affects the locals. We have a tax exemption on broadband, right? That's tax exemption in that supply chain, affects the locals. And if 248 were to pass, this helps the locals. If it doesn't pass, this helps the locals. There's not a single scenario in which this is not good for our local governments. Without this, there is no mechanism. And when you go back to the old version of LAVTR, the reason it never gets funded is because it didn't work. It was meant to be a transfer tax for lower property taxes. That didn't happen. They just raised the spending levels and kept the property tax. That's why the state stopped funding it. And this bill simply has them certify we will uphold to the truth in taxation net neutral law. That simply says we will follow the law. That's not a high bar. They're supposed to be doing it anyway. So you go back and the 220 million, well actually 270 million, because we keep forgetting to talk about the 50 million for the extraordinary needs. We have little communities that can't afford a fire truck. You want to help them? Pass this bill. It'll help them with their property tax. The highest number I've seen on a fiscal note for even the food bill, if every single community that had a benefit claimed it, it's 175 million. This is 220. They're not owing a claim. When I sat on a city council, we would conservatively estimate the receipts from our sales tax. Routinely, they exceeded it. Sometimes 10, 15%. And this bill even allows them to recover regardless of that. Recover the actuals. They literally could come out better. So this has turned into a conversation about it's turned into a vehicle to try and stop us from truly axing the tax on food. That's what this has turned into. We're going to turn it into, I can't pay my bond payments. I don't have enough year. I can't trust you. The truth is, whatever we do, we will do regardless of the locals. And this will help them no matter what we do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Butler, you were yielded to. Would you like to yield back to the chair or to the senator from Saline? Senator from Saline, you have the floor.
Standing for questions.
Chair recognizes the senator from Meade.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we had SB 248, I voted against that with the idea, I understand where the governor says was going to axe the zero. With a food tax, it did not put in the locals. 248 did. And so my understanding with this bill here, for 1 year in a way, we're going to make the locals whole. I understand that. The problem is the funding. What's going to happen the next year, or the next year, or the next year, as the money comes in? They will help it for this year, but there's no funding for the other years. And the local food tax, the local people actually voted to have that. And so if this goes away, the only mechanism I know is that property tax I have to go to. And so I will not be supporting this bill. I think it's going to really, really hurt the locals, and they're going to have a lot of problems on here. So anyway, I just wanted to say that.
Senator from Saline, you wish to comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not supporting this bill won't stop property tax increases. In fact, supporting this bill will stop property tax increases. The money that's available here, the $270 million, is intended to backfill the dollars that would be lost to any legislation that we pass. As was noted previously, there are more bills than just the food sales tax going to true zero out there. It was said that that we told all of our constituents it was only the state. I would suggest there were millions of dollars spent on TV in the months of October and November that suggest otherwise. And perhaps our constituents maybe absorb those more so than they did a few community meetings that we may have held. We have the opportunity here to pass a bill that will be a backstop for our local communities, regardless the passage of Senate Bill 248 or whatever it might be at the end of the day, should we choose to act as we have in the past to exempt anything from the sales tax.
The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, and then we'll go to the senator from Riley after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a tough position for me. What I see here is a one-time opportunity that we don't know where we're going to be in the future. You know, my city has bonds. They have debt service. I'm sure this sales tax is part of that debt service. When we passed to take off the sales tax off food, we were talking at the state level. Yes, I would love to take it off locally. But now we're going to have my city up here lobbying, because that's what's going to happen when things get tough. they'll get 90% or 80%. And then what'll happen, we'll have a sales tax or a property tax increase on property tax to make that revenue up. I think we're going down the wrong path here. I'm not going to support this. My city doesn't want me to support this. I've looked at it many different ways. I'm afraid of where we're going to be in the future. We're going into one of the biggest recessions, they are saying. Stock market's struggling. Yes, revenue's up. Why do you think that is? You ever thought about when inflation goes up, more revenue comes in? What happens? The Fed's trying to drive down inflation right now. What do you think is going to happen in the future? You're going to have less revenue coming in. And now we're going to go mess with the system that works for our locals to operate their cash flow. I mean, that's a local decision that should be up to the locals to make. And here, we're trying to take that from them. Yes, I would love to have, I've always voted against sales tax. I voted against the community center. I voted against a lot of things, but other people voted for it. I voted against the courthouse. Other people voted for it. And that's our local choice, how we're going to spend our money. And now we want to drag that money to Topeka, or we want to divvy it up from Topeka. And I just think that's dangerous, taking that power away from the locals, and then having all these cities come up here and lobby every year. I'd hate to be Ways and Means chair. They'd be knocking his door down to get more money. I guarantee you, if I was here, I guarantee you my city probably wouldn't get what they're getting locally, but other cities would. So I'm not going to support this. I've been thinking about this for a long time, and I think we're going the wrong direction here.
Senator from Saline, do you wish to comment?
Not at this time.
Chair recognizes Senator from Riley. Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was opposed to this when it was first proposed. I'm opposed to it again now for all the reasons my colleagues have mentioned. But in addition, in my community, we have 3 sales tax ballot initiatives, one for parks and trails, one for street maintenance, and another one for bridge maintenance. Those are things the voters voted on. So when we have a grant process now, they're not going to get the complete money that they projected for revenue sources. We are working on our budgets currently, and we have dedicated projections for revenue to meet the goals that we set forward, which we promised the public. And if that is taken away, we will not be able to meet the needs in our community that the citizens voted for. And now we have to apply for the same pot of money that the citizens voted for at a different level, and we may not get the whole piece that we apply a grant for. If it's a competitive grant, chances are not everybody's going to get the amount that they're going to ask for. They might get a certain percentage, but it's not going to meet the needs of the community. And the other piece is this 1-year deadline. A 1-year deadline is just there to appease us so we can say, oh, look, we did it for 1 year. And I've only been here a short while, but I know how 1 year looks, and that's not going to make it. There's already a lot of distrust in our funding sources. We are cutting property taxes. Our next few bills here, we're going to start talking about property taxes on private industry. We're cutting sales taxes. We already looked at income taxes. There is no way a small community can meet the services of a police department, a fire department, and their parks department and everything else they have to do with less revenue. So for those reasons, I don't think this is a good idea. Maybe good intentions, but I don't think this is the proposal that will impact our communities in a positive manner. Thank you.
Senator from Saline, do you wish to comment?
Thank you. I want to clarify, just in case there's some confusion here. There are 2 funds available here. One is $220 million, and that is a certification process through the Department of Revenue, and that is transmitted to the treasurer to release the funds to those entities that qualify for it. It does not require a grant approval process. Part 2 is the $50 million that is a grant process outside of your loss of sales tax revenue. They are 2 separate items. The loss of sales tax revenue, $220 million, an additional fund for grants for projects of $50 million to equal $270 million. I also want to point out that there is no such thing as funding into the future. There will always be the excuse anytime we do anything on this floor that nothing is guaranteed. The Department of Transportation is not guaranteed. It is subject to annual appropriation. Regardless what you put in this bill, it could be for an eternity that this bill exists. Each year it is appropriated. There is always the ability to appropriate or not appropriate funds regardless of what the statute says. So everything is a 1-year budget. I wanted to make that very clear at the outset that you cannot bind a future legislature, and it has been seen over and over again that we don't necessarily make those promises, but we are putting together a process here where this bill and the joint committee do exist in future years. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional comments or questions? Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the senator from Saline has made my point very well. There are no commitments to the future in this fund. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions on the bill? Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one little final comment, because it feels like we're kind of intellectually passing each other in the night and not connecting. But the good news is, it feels to me this is going to be a win-win, right? We either pass the bill and we protect our locals, or we don't, and we have no reason to consider them in the future because they've asked not to be considered.
Chair recognizes Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure that I understand this, and I think the senator from Saline did explain it this way, that this money will be transferred on July 1st of this year, 2023, but it will not be available to our local communities until they provide their information and certificates as of July 1st, 2024, saying what is the difference between what they got the year before and what they got this year. So right now, I think they receive those tax dollars every month. They would not now receive them until the end of the year. They may be on a fiscal year, but our communities would be immediately seeing a loss of funds and having to wait for that to be reimbursed. So that's just to confirm that that is actually what this bill is doing.
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just making sure I had all the ducks in the row there. The 12-month clock would start ticking from the time that you had the legislation go into effect that reduced the rate. So the transfer is made July 1, 2023, and then you would start the clock ticking on the reduction in revenues over that period whenever anything went into effect after that or on that date that would reduce the rate. So if 248 went into effect on July 1, the clock would start then. If it went into effect at a later date, then the clock would start then on the 12-month that legislation was in effect that reduced the rate.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think my understanding is correct, that this is for just a 12-month period, but the communities would not be getting their money until 12 months after they currently have been starting to collect it.
Senator from Saline.
Correct, from the point at which legislation went into effect that reduces the rate.
Additional comments or questions on the bill? Chair recognizes the Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schellenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I I've listened to this, and there's really a disconnect here. The senator from Douglas was talking about what this bill does July 1st. That's what the tax bill does July 1st. This bill has nothing to do with eliminating the sales tax on food. This, which I don't support. I voted for it once, won't vote for it again. I hope it doesn't become law. But what this bill does is if that does become law, this at least gives us 1 year of the money. Isn't enough, won't be funded forever. We all stand here and know that isn't going to happen. The second thing it does, it creates a fund of $50 million, irrelevant of anything else, that allows small communities to apply for grants from the legislature, basically, for projects like fixing your streets, things that would otherwise be paid for with property tax. I had a very similar bill that hasn't been introduced, but I have it drafted. But I just, those of you who want to vote no for this because you don't like eliminating the sales tax on food are doing it for the wrong reason. That would be the only real reason you'd want to vote for this, is the fear that if we eliminate the sales tax on food, at least 1 year of that revenue would go back to your city. This is not a long-term fix for that problem, but I think it is a short-term fix for that. And they're just separate issues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional comments or questions? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I understand there is, in addition, a local extraordinary needs grant application that can be made. And those decisions are going to be made by a joint committee. So this is $50 million, and we are letting the members of this joint committee decide where that goes to without any other legislative oversight. And is that an annual transfer or just a one-time transfer?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, yes, the transfer is July 1 of 2023, subject to appropriation.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the members of the Joint Committee serve for terms ending on the first day of the regular session in odd-numbered years, and then select their chairperson. It sounds like this committee could go on and continue to make appropriations from that fund as long as there's still money there. Is that the case?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is correct, unless someone were to put something in the budget that did not allow for it to roll forward, then it would not. But at this time, I don't see anything in the bill that would prohibit the dollars from moving forward into the next fiscal year.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that there are extraordinary needs. I'm hoping this body will debate one of the water plan funds that also provides some money for municipalities and some special water districts. In that case, we have some agencies looking to help understand what other funds might be available or loans from federal programs. It's the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. This is just an opportunity for cities to say, we have some extraordinary needs for just a few legislators to recognize that. I would hope that none of those grants go to the districts that those committee members represent. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 309, relatively straightforward bill that alleviates revenue shortfalls that would be created by Senate Bill 248 or any other bill that results in the loss of revenue for cities and counties. It protects taxpayers from a property tax increase. And while the legislature over time has exempted many items from sales tax, that decision to axe the tax on food created confusion due to campaign rhetoric that implies that the tax on food will go away. Kansans rightfully think that axing the tax means just that their food will not be taxed. And they will be disappointed when they learn that their food is still taxed at 3%, 4%, or even 5% on depending where they live. But this bill will help fill the gap of lost revenue by cities and counties who certify they are complying with the truth in taxation law. They will be made whole in this bill. With that, Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 309 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? No. Motion carried. We will pause for a moment while we switch out the chairs.
We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2196. The chair recognizes the senator from Lyon to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2196 would expand the DROP program to include any member of the Kansas Police and Firemen Retirement System. The DROP program is a program that was started in the Kansas Highway Patrol and then was expanded to the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. It allows a retirement eligible member to continue working under an agreement between the employer and the employee for either 3 years, 4 years, or 5 years. That decision is cannot be changed. The member service credit is frozen at the time of election into the DROP program, and they cannot choose a partial lump sum retirement option. We had testimony in committee that this is extremely important for retention and recruiting of firefighters and police personnel. This would allow members that are retirement eligible, instead of retiring and going to a different job, it would allow them to stay either that 3, 4, or 5 year period. With that, I'll answer questions.
Questions for the senator from Lyon. Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to reiterate the chairman's words. This was expanded out to the firefighters and the police. They've been advocating for this for years. It's been a successful pilot program. It's high time we went ahead and initiated the DROP program for the rest of the membership out there. It is a workforce retention issue. They can retain the folks that they want to retain from the municipalities, the fire districts, et cetera. And it's mutually, the members can choose to stay too. So it's got some checks and balances in it. And I think it's encouraged the body's support.
Further questions for the senator from Lyon? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and it reports House Bill 2196 favorably for passage.
You heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2284. The chair recognizes the senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A number of years ago, this body passed legislation that would require either municipalities or county fire departments to pay COBRA expense for spouses of firefighters who were killed in the line of duty. There was an omission made and the fire districts were not included, and we now have a number of fire districts in addition to either city fire departments or county fire departments. This bill would simply include those fire districts. With that, I'll stand for question.
Questions for the senator from Lyon, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of questions for the senator.
Please continue.
If I may, thank you. So years ago, I was a co-sponsor to the legislation to allow the continued health coverage for firefighters who are to their families, to their spouses and dependent children, firefighters who were killed in the line of duty. And at that time, Mr. Chairman, we allowed 18 months of continued health coverage, understanding that a lot of them, their insurance was eliminated from the municipalities after their death. And so does this piece, this measure here, allow for the same amount of time of that 18 months, just including those additional individuals. So does it extend that coverage of health or not? It's 18 months now, I believe, in current law.
Senator from Lyon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under this bill, fire districts who pay for medical insurance for their firefighters, in the event a firefighter would be killed in the line of duty, the family would receive 18 months worth of COBRA benefits, which would most likely include health insurance.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. Chairman, and then if the senator could please repeat. So again, those we're adding into current law to receive that extended health insurance coverage, please.
Senator from Lyon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Currently, in current law, municipal fire departments who pay for the medical insurance for their firefighters, county fire departments who pay for their medical insurance for their members. All this bill does is it adds fire districts, because we realize that there are some fire districts that are not either municipal or county. They are separate fire districts. So this would simply add them to that legislation.
Further questions for the Senator from Lyon? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2284 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Pause to switch chairs.
At this time, we will be passing over Senate Substitute for House Bill 2016. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2263. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. You may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, currently under the Federal Public Readiness and Emergency Preparedness Act, commonly called the PrEP Act, we have pharmacy technicians who are at least 18 years of age and under a direct supervision and control of a pharmacist are authorized to administer vaccinations after successfully completing a course of study and training in vaccination storage, protocols, infection technique, emergency procedures, record keeping, and cardiopulmonary resuscitation, or CPR. However, this act will expire in October of 2024, so this bill merely allows the technician to continue to administer those vaccinations after the act has been expired. This bill also includes the Senate Bill 233 on the Kansas Child Mutilation Prevention Act, which was unable to get to, they couldn't get to it on the House side in their committee. So we passed our Bill 233 with 26 votes, and then the act on the pharmacist technicians passed on the House side 119-3. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No questions, but in accordance with Senate Rule 27, I request that the question on House Bill 2263 as amended by the Senate committee be divided into two parts, and if the secretary would please help distribute that.
Okay.
The motion to divide is in order. It is not a debatable motion. And so the request to divide the question is split into two. That is being passed out to you. A vote yes is to retain that section of the bill after debate, and a vote no is to exclude that portion of the bill. At this point, Part 1 contains the provisions of the bill authorizing pharmacist technicians to administer certain vaccinations and is contained in Section 2 of the bill. That is the question that we are on at this point. Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
I will stand for questions, but I would like to vote on this part.
We're getting more copies made for the body, so it'll be at ease for just a second.
While we're waiting, I could explain the first part that we would be voting on. You want me to wait?
Please proceed.
Okay. This is divided into two parts. So the first part would be the underlying bill, and it's the provisions of the bill authorizing the pharmacist technicians to administer certain vaccinations. So it's Section 2 of the bill.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson on Part 1? Okay. Once again, a yes vote retains question 1, and a no vote would eliminate it from the bill. Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher, did you wish to comment?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to remind the body that we have already worked SB 233, which is why this motion is likely being made. That has been through this chamber before. Does not feel necessary to have the language in this bill now again. So I do mention that so that the body can keep that in mind.
Okay. Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, do you wish to respond?
No.
Okay. We are ready to vote on Part 1. All those in favor, I'm sorry, Senator from Johnson, you need to make a motion to retain Part 1.
Okay, this is a vote on the first part, which is authorizing the pharmacist technicians to administer the vaccinations, and a yes would keep this in the bill.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Part 1 is maintained. We will now turn our attention to the second part of the question. Senator from Johnson, would you care to explain?
I will explain. This is the second part of the bill. This is already passed this chamber. It is Senate Bill 233. I think everyone knows how I feel about this legislation. I'm not sure why we're voting on it again, but I would just ask the body to vote no.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The original part that we just voted on, the first section, is a very important part. Again, we have already voted on SB 233. Having it in with this bill makes it not a clean bill. We need to vote against having it as part of this bill because, again, the underlying language in regard to the vaccine issue needs to move forward, whereas we have already handled SB 233. Thank you.
Additional comments or question on Part 2? Senator from Johnson, do you wish to? Okay. Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, would you care to make your motion on Part 2?
We have a motion on Part 2, which is the part of the bill relating to physicians and gender affirming services. And I would ask that you vote no.
All those in favor of retaining the second part of the question, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it.
Seeing 5 hands, roll call is in order. The clerk will call the roll.
Allie. Baumgartner. Billinger. Blazy. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Bag. Faust-Goudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. "26 voting in favor and 12 opposed. Part 2 remains. We are back on the bill. Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports favorably for passage, House Bill 2263.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2292. The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report. Sorry about that. We're going to go to Senator O'Shea, senator from Shawnee. Need you to adopt the committee report.
I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you. House Bill 2292 expands the apprenticeship program in Kansas. The purpose of this is that an employer who has an apprenticeship program can receive a tax credit. And so they work with someone that's already their employee to expand their education through a registered apprenticeship program. This will expand it so that the company can do up to 20 apprenticeships each taxable year. Their credit goes to $2,500 per, and it's capped at $7.5 million. If you're a CTE, career and technical education, you can get an additional $500. This also expands it so that we have a nonprofit apprenticeship grant program. And so the reasoning for this is that Apprenticeships, specifically in nursing, have been successful, and some of our nonprofit nursing homes and hospitals have been wanting to increase this. And again, we're wanting to incentivize this. For the nonprofit apprenticeship grant, the cap is $2.5 million. Anything that SGF transfers to that goes over 2.5 will be given back to SGF, so it can't just pool up for years and years. And then it also expands to a Kansas Educator Registered Apprenticeship Grant Program. And so in a similar way, this would be working with schools who are already registered within the program and are a qualified employer. An example there is that a para who's already working at the school wants to then receive training to become a teacher, and that can be through a registered apprenticeship program. That cap is $3 million. Apprenticeships are growing around the U.S. This bill was modeled after Alabama, and it was brought by the Kansas Chamber of Commerce. Our House passed it 115 to 7, and with that, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Shawnee? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this bill. I think what this is going to help us do is actually help us not only establish these apprentice programs, which are much needed, but just for the body's sake, both the Chamber of Commerce, I think, came out in support of this, and there have been a number of labor organizations that are excited about this as well, too. But I think the thing that's important to keep in mind is I think this is going to reinforce some of the investments this body has made when it comes to things like the Promise program and what we have out there for our technical schools and whatnot, because this is really going to be basically the employers actually be working hat in hand with these technical schools on these offerings. So I do think it's a good program and ask for the body's support. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With all we've been hearing about workforce issues and the problems that businesses all across the nation, frankly, not just here in Kansas, have been having, and so many times how effective apprenticeship programs are, I rise in strong support as well. Thank you so much.
Additional comments or questions for the Senator from Shawnee? I see none. You may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill helps us to modernize apprenticeships, increase the skilled workforce. It's allowing for professions and educators and employers to come together to find innovative solutions. So we're seeing apprenticeships being created in agriculture and human resources and social work, all areas that we're continuing to need. So with that, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2292 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 271. The chair recognizes the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 271 is a bill that regulates train length to 8,500 and the distance that rolling stock can be stored from non-electronic warning crossings. Committee, this bill, we've seen similar portions before, but it had a lot of other items in it that were labor negotiations units. So the committee heard this. We amended out the KDOT provision. We put a sunset on the train length. And we found out that some of the railroads are already adopting a 250-foot piece. With that, I'd stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Sedgwick? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to talk about this bill and why it's so very important to me, partly because of the communities I serve, and another part is because of some deaths that have occurred with not just train lengths, but because of sightings. And I live in the community of Sedgwick, where we have often been cut off from the other side of town. and the train just stays there. And in one situation, it was 20 degrees out, and the kids were trying to get home from school, and they started crawling underneath the boxcars to get home from school. Very dangerous situation. Come to find out there was some other kinds of problems. But I have another community, Newton, Kansas, that continues to get their downtown cut off. And the problem with that is the hospital is on one side and half the population is on the other side. And so every time these trains stop in the middle of a community, it disrupts people's schedules, makes them late, but it's also very life-threatening for people to get to a hospital or somewhere where they need extra care. And so I had this bill drafted last year, and it's Kansas Safety Act for a lot of reasons. And the bill that we're talking about today does have the long train portion in it, and it does still remain, and I'll ask the senator from Sedgwick if I may, I want to double, triple check, but it does have the siding restrictions. Is that correct, Senator from Sedgwick?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
That is correct. It has a 300-foot siding distance.
I think it's 250.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Okay. So anyway, this is very important to those communities, but then I also had another situation I found out on long trains. In Wichita, Kansas, one of our main corridors is 21st Street and Broadway, and it divides an ethnic community. And a train was stopped, and I was trying to get to the salvage yard and couldn't get in there, went around, still couldn't get in there. Train was stopped for a long time, talked to the city of Wichita officials, and found out that they are stacking cars there, and the train lengths were so long that they had to use 21st Street, come across in order to get the cars stacked. So we're seeing trains that are not just a mile or 2 miles. We're starting to see trains from 3 to 5 miles. And so I appreciate that the senator from Sedgwick shepherded this through his committee so we could have this discussion. Kansas is not the only one. There's been over 8 other states that have passed long train bills in their states because they are frustrated, because when you talk to the federal government, they'll say, you know, interstate commerce, which they're not in charge anymore. It's the Surface Transportation Board that's in charge. So states are getting brushed away from the federal government to do anything to help their constituents back home. So this is not just a Kansas problem. I hear we're the highway. This is not just a Kansas problem. This is anywhere from Washington State, Utah, Virginia, et cetera, where everybody's passing these bills. So I certainly support that aspect, but there's another part that I think is very important that we understand, and it has to do with long trains, and it has to do with sidings, S-I-D-I-N-G. I know everybody thinks sightings, it's sidings. And that has to do with the trains, the rails that are on the side of the main rail line. And what's happening is that they are too short. We talked about this in caucus, that the sidings are too short for the whole train to get over. And if we ever get passenger trains, the Heartland Flyer, the problem is now we're seeing across the states is the freight trains being so long that the passenger trains have to move over because there's not enough sidings for the freight train to move over. So I want to bring this a little bit closer to home. This is actually in Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blausy's area. It's right next to mine. It happened about 1.5 years ago. There was a train accident and a young mother was killed. And it was a needless accident because it was along a road that is a growing community there. And you'll see, if you see the diagram that I I share with you, and the truck is going southbound. The trains are parked, just parked on the sidings, and it was a buck crossing, no guardrails. And so as this woman was trying to move forward, she sees a train stopped, and if you think about it, the next train she's going to see is the third train over, and she sees that train stopped. She was killed instantly, and it was a silver pickup that pretty much looked like a tin can by the time it was over. Crossings like this need cross guards. And I'm going to talk on another bill that has to do with there is money available to get those cross guards put in places such as this. So I support this bill. We need shorter trains. It's possible to have shorter trains. It's going to only help your constituents who have either not gotten their loved ones to the hospital or they're late for an appointment and that type of thing. And that also will help prevent this tragic accident that didn't need to happen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Sedgwick, do you wish to respond?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. That is correct. Most of the sidings in Kansas are designed for 8,500 feet. All these trains now are going up to 3.5 miles. I heard that there was one this weekend that was 26,000 feet. It's cutting off a lot of our cities. The railroads are doing everything they can to promote safety on the crossings. I am pleased that two of the Class 1 railroads have told me they've already adopted the 250-foot rule from the sidings. That gives enough room for someone to see. Part of the problem is we don't have as much driver's ed anymore, and a lot of our students, our young people, don't realize that crossbucks means stop and proceed safely. They see the train stopped on the sidings, they don't realize there's 3 tracks there, and they drive in and they hit the side of the train or they get hit by the train. This is an important bill on the siding piece for sure. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a comment and a question for the carrier of Senate Bill 271, which I stand in strong support for, and the other senator from Sedgwick, McGinn, mentioned the area there in Wichita, Sedgwick County at 21st and Broadway. That is the dividing line of a lot of people who work at Wichita State University. They are trying to come from the east side of town. They live west side. They are stopped there at that train track. And for many years, I've been trying to unite the Hispanic neighborhood and the African American neighborhood and all, and that's our divider line there. And so I do appreciate the fact that, and sometimes others have to come into certain communities to see what's going on. So I do appreciate the Senator McGinn needing to go to that salvage yard and experiencing what many have experienced for years to get to Via Christi Hospital. It's right in that area. And so this will help so many people get to and from of the important essential places they need to go, like work, hospital, etc. But my question for the senator, and I did join Senator McGinn a meeting with the city locally to try to address the issue. So I appreciate all of this, but my question for the senator who's carrying the bill here is, so the current length of the train is what? And then we are limiting it to what length of the train to help prevent this problem? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
I don't believe there is a restriction on the length of the train. I understand the longest train I know of that's ran this month was 26,000 feet.
And so this legislation, Senate Bill 271, will help in what way? I want my constituents who might be listening in to see how important Senate Bill 271 is and how it will help.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Senate Bill 271 restricts the fee to $8,500 like it was last year. So the sidings that are designed around our state right now, some of them are being improved, but they can hold the 8,500-foot trains. This would allow overtake issues and stuff without as much blocking, not as much. You take a 3.5, 4 mile long train, you can block quite a few intersections. And to help out with 21st Street, just a tip, if you head down to 13th Street, there's an underpass under the railroad and you can get across.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the further explanation from the senator. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions for the senator from Sedgwick? I see none. You may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move when the committee rise and report Senate Bill 271 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carried. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 265. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 265 comes to us from our law enforcement community, and Judge Journey, a former senator here from the 18th Judicial District, and it provides protection for those who have a protective order in place and it has been violated. So what it does is it increases penalties for the second or more violation of a protective order. We find protective orders in the Protection from Abuse Act. We find it in the Code for Care of Children. We find it in the family law statutes, as well as the Protection from Stalking Act. And what it does is if you have violated a protective order, the bill increases your penalty from a Class A person misdemeanor, which is up to 12 months in county jail and or up to a $2,500 fine. It makes it a severity level 7 person felony upon a second or subsequent conviction. And what that means is 11 to 34 months on presumptive probation. And if you are convicted of violating an extended protective order, what the bill would do would increase the sentence from a severity level 6 person felony, which is presumptive probation of 17 to 46 months. It would raise it to a severity level 4 person felony, which is 38 to 172 months with presumptive prison. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will also note that our law enforcement community was in support of this, the Kansas Coalition Against Sexual and Domestic Violence, and we had several private citizens provide written testimony as well. With that, I will stand for any questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson on Senate Bill 265? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly, I rise to support the underlying bill as described by the Chair of Judiciary. I wanted to add a provision to it with the body's help and have turned in an amendment that I'd like to offer at this time.
And the number is?
The number is 1912, Mr. Chair.
Okay, please allow us to distribute. Senator from Wyandotte, would you like your amendment read or would you like to explain it?
I think I can explain it, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
And first, I offer my apologies both to the carrier of the bill, the senator from Johnson, the chair of Judiciary, as well as to my own caucus. I had discussed it, but there was another measure I thought it might go to. We've passed over that bill now, so thought we would take a look at this. I appreciate the reviser's help. This was, this amendment is, and I'll just read the small title, it would be the sum and substance of Senate Bill 182. And the caption says that it would require a person convicted of an offense that resulted in the incapacitation or death of a victim who is the parent or guardian of a minor to pay restitution to that minor child in the form of child support. So, Mr. Chair, essentially, just by way of explaining what this will do, I guess it's better to look at a fact situation. Oftentimes, if there is a victim as between two parties, if somebody is incapacitated or killed by someone else, the further victim becomes a child, a minor child, who then, without their parent, not only does not have the support of that parent, but also doesn't have the financial support of the parent. As we also know, many times that child can become, if not a ward of the state, certainly supplemented by the need for state assistance for the needs of that child. So what this amendment purports to do is, up until the age of 18, that those minor children whose parents' life was taken by someone will then at least get or be allowed some restitution from the one who is responsible or found to be responsible for the incapacitation or their murder of their parent. With that, I'd stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Wyandotte on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment was not brought up in committee, and committee did not have a hearing on the bill, which is the substance of the amendment. So I have some questions regarding how the proposed amendment would work. One of them is, do we have a definition of incapacitation?
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank the senator from Johnson for the question. I don't see in the amendment that there is that definition. I wish I had my trusty favorite reviser, Jason Thompson, here to ask if it's in statute, because he knows the statute's off. It's not in this amendment. I imagine incapacitation is somehow defined in the statutes, and it would be, I'm sure that there's some other statute, though it's not in the amendment. Off the top, I would say incapacitation means they are unable to work or unable to provide financially for their minor child after they were presumably injured by the assailant who's found convicted of that.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you. The carrier of the amendment mentioned that the assailant, that the victim wouldn't be able to provide for the minor children, might be a part of the definition of incapacitation. Would incapacitation include the assailant being imprisoned?
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. If the assailant is in prison for that, I think if I understand the question, Mr. Chair, if, let's just say someone shoots someone else. Let's just kind of speak in these terms. So, shooter shoots and injures or kills someone. If shooter is then found guilty of that homicide, manslaughter, murder, whichever the question is, and is in prison, if and when this inmate is doing some work in prison or is released or what have you, if there's a minor child involved whose parents or parent was killed by this person, then whatever they make in terms of prison wages, some part thereof would go to that. It may be a token of what is really necessary, but upon release, there would still be that up to the age of 18 of the minor child, if I understood the question correctly.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And without being able to get your attention, I do realize that I had flipped some words around in the question. So thank you to the good senator for the answer nonetheless. Do we have anywhere in law that a criminal court would be deciding the factors listed here in the amendment? And those would be the financial needs and resources of the child, the financial resources and needs of their surviving parent, the standard of living to which the child is accustomed, the physical and emotional condition of the child's legal custody and residency, the reasonable child care expenses of the surviving parent or guardian. The reason I'm asking is this would be a procedure in criminal court, and it would be the prosecutor then who would be advocating for the amount of restitution, and it would be our prosecutors who would be talking about these particular factors. So I'm asking that in a criminal context, does the carrier of the amendment know of a similar situation where these factors would be part of what the state in their prosecution would be covering?
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Indeed, there are several cases in the law where restitution is a part of or incident to a criminal case. Actually, I just had a theft by deception case, which is a criminal case. I just handled one over the holidays, and the theft by deception, which is, again, a crime in and of itself. Part of that was this, I guess what the senator from Johnson is saying, the civil restitution. Not only was there the repayment of that which was stolen by deceit, which again is the criminal side, but the civil side was ordered by the court that there would be some additional repayment as well, beyond that, which was that amount that was stolen.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My point is that it's generally our civil courts that determine this kind of situation where it's essentially child support. That's what our civil courts do, and this would be asking a criminal court to determine restitution. Restitution is generally the loss of property. The theft by deception is loss of property, and so I'm not sure that our criminal courts would be equipped to make this kind of decision making, and our prosecutors to be advocating for child support is essentially what this bill is advocating that our criminal courts be doing. So it might be beyond the scope of what our criminal courts do. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions on the amendment? Chair recognizes Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. In Judiciary Committee, I do have the good fortune of getting to sit by the senator from Wyandotte, and he had bounced this off me one day, and it was intriguing. Today, I want to thank him for having the clarity of vision, the boldness, the entrepreneurial thinking to bring this to the full Senate. I'm impressed with it. I like it. I think it starts to move us in the direction we need to solve some of our crime problems and the escalation in crime. And so I do plan on supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions on the amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Cadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to ask the senator, my seatmate, a question. We've talked about a lot of things, not had an opportunity to discuss this issue. As you know, a lot of times amendments come to the floor because they are kind of an afterthought. After you hear a bill in committee, you will, think about it and then try to do something to make it better or to help our constituents in whatever way possible. So current law, let's say that if a drunk driver kills a mother and her 2 children are left in the vehicle, and so what is the normal process there with that person? Then they go to court, the insurance pays, the court then might have them pay restitution or something to that nature until that child is 18. So what is that current process?
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
That's an excellent question. I thank the gentlelady from my seatmate from Sedgwick, and that is often a consideration already. In the case of a drunk driver, it would have to be shown that they had the mental intent, the intent to deprive someone of of their life, of the injury during the case of the accident. This amendment is more derived to an intentional crime. There was an intent to, usually to kill somebody. You know, I mean, it's the intent behind it versus in the case of the drunk driver, which the senator from Sedgwick was mentioning. They would have to be able to show if it was an intentional or the requisite that they meant to, if they somehow meant to run them over with the car. Perhaps that would apply then.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm just trying to get clarity. So this is a situation where there is intent, knowing, and you know, and the courts know, everyone knows that you intended to end this person's life. Then therefore, if that intent is proven in court, then that individual who took the mother's life then would have to pay something to those surviving children. Is that correct, the purpose of your amendment? Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. The mother or the father or the legal guardian of the minor child at the time. I mean, it could arguably be a grandparent who was the legal guardian of the child, whomever that legal guardian was who was slain intentionally by the defendant.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm just trying to get further, this is my last question, just further clarification of, so you want to help those surviving children who, whether it be parent, grandparent, or whoever, they're the main person was in their life, to just kind of help those children continue with a better life without their loved one. Is that correct?
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Well, it could be argued, Mr. Chair, that whatever contribution the defendant makes won't give a better life necessarily to that which the child has. Frankly, my only reason for offering this amendment and this concept is that we often hear defendants say at the time of sentencing, I'll think about this for the rest of my life, and they'll go away and do their time or whatever, and they really don't. I really want this to be a balance and maybe even a deterrent. The irony being you took a life of a parent or a guardian who is responsible for a child, and maybe the input, the few dollars or whatever that goes to that will make a quality of life difference, maybe, maybe not, but it will certainly make every dollar they make, wherever that is, if it's while they're incarcerated or when they're out, to contributing to, and they'll know that they have to make a contribution to not making whole. They never will make whole the parent or guardian whose life they took, but they'll understand the impact of what it meant, maybe perhaps a little better, and it may serve in the future as a deterrent.
Additional comments or questions on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just studying the amendment further and understand the intent and the goal here, but just looking at it logistically, I see a couple of questions. Regarding Section 1 there, it says that the amount shall be paid until the minor child reaches 18 years of age and has graduated from high school. So my first question would be, what if the person never graduates from high school? Then the obligation would continue. Or the class of which the minor child is a member when the child reaches 18 years of age has graduated from high school. There's nothing in the amendment that says whichever is later, which I think then how would the court know when the obligation ends? And the other issue is that the amendment as written sounds like monthly child support, but it's not written clearly that way. It just says in section 1 again, the court shall order the defendant to pay restitution in the form of reasonable and necessary support of each minor child, but it doesn't say on a monthly basis. And I find that would be difficult to have a court then know what to do with this particular amendment. And in addition, I think that if it's going to be treated like child support, it should be paid through the court to make sure that the support goes to the child. Right now, the amendment says that it shall be paid, I think, directly to the child. And how would the court know that it's being paid appropriately? So again, it's logistical problems with the amendment as it's written. Understand the intent, but I just think in practice it would be difficult. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Well, I thank the senator for such softball objections to this, to the amendment. At least she's not attacking the concept, which I hope we'll all agree on and adopt this amendment. To her first concern, Mr. Chair, I think in the paragraph, for those of you who've gotten it, it is 18 years of age or until everyone who would have been in high school at that time, in the event that the child doesn't graduate from high school, that would be in the child's class. So whatever day that is that high school graduation would have been for that minor child, and because sometimes people finish, I, for example, finish high school at 17, so I would, at 17, would have been, you know, stopped any further had I been a child, a minor child in this. However, 18 years of age or the graduation class that they would have been in, I think that that's easy enough to reconcile. As for how often that payment is made, it may not be a monthly child support payment. It may be based on the earnings or how the earnings are brought about by the, it may not be monthly, but it will be or should be systematic. It will be tied to the income and how the income is drawn by the defendant. So it does not say, as the senator from Johnson says, that this would be a monthly payment, but it may be structured, maybe quarterly, maybe semi-annually, but there would be an ongoing responsibility that the court would find in the conviction that the defendant provides to the child. And finally, well, I forgot the last point that there were 3 points that she made, and they were also relatively specious, that the third has drifted away. Does she want to try to repeat that, the third objection, Mr. Chair?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard some ad lib about my question, so I guess he's asking what my third question is, and it's generally that when a court orders child support be paid, that the mechanism of paying is through the court and not directly to the child's parent or guardian, which is what this amendment does. It says the court shall order the support payments be paid to the child's parent or guardian. So again, the court would have no mechanism, and the defendant ordered to pay would have no mechanism like we usually do to show, hey, I've been making these payments. And the amendment, again, is unclear. Restitution shall be paid, but then in subsection C, the court shall order the support payments. So is it support payments? Is it one-time restitution? Because again, in criminal, generally restitution is, again, for loss of theft or property. And so again, I just would say that the amendment just isn't ready for prime time. Thank you.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if the senator from Johnson turns the page, the court, starting on that, the court starts on page 1, the court shall order the support payments be paid to the child's parent or guardian. And then to turn over to page 2, the court's order shall be enforced as a judgment of restitution pursuant to KSA 2069, amendments there too, which prescribe the manner in which payments that are ordered by the court would be made. Again, Mr. Chair, my thing is that, and I hope that we can understand conceptually where we are here. We just want a deterrent. We want the irony. I want the irony, personally, of the lawlessness of taking someone's life willy-nilly and not looking at the long-range consequences to be enshrined in this. That we're looking at, you know, the responsibilities that people were taking before usually their lives were taken, and to have the defendant realize that there's some consequence to an action of this magnitude that took someone's life. And I almost would say, I think the amendment speaks for itself. I don't find any relevant arguments to how it would not be enforced. All due respect, I think it's pretty clear. And I think we all know what we're talking about here. And I would hope that we could adopt this and send a strong signal that this legislature expects there to be some recompense for those who take the life intentionally of someone without thinking about the repercussions and then find themselves having 18 years or less or fewer years to have to contribute to those whose lives they took or that life they took's progeny.
Additional comments or questions on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. I serve on the judiciary, and I'm always asking and apologizing in advance because I'm not an attorney. And so I'm just trying to understand, how is this settled now? If I could ask the amendment, the carrier of the amendment that.
Senator from Wyandotte.
How is this determined?
Senator Haley.
To my knowledge, Mr. Chair, there is no such restitution required. I could be wrong, but I mean, of course, the defendant, when found guilty, does their time, but there's no responsibility to the survivors, especially the minor children, to my knowledge.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you. So if I'm understanding this correctly, then currently, should, sadly, someone killed or incapacitated, and the victim was a parent, and that leaves minor children, that they could file, somebody could file a civil case. Again, I don't know. I'm just asking. How is there any kind of restitution for the minor child?
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
To my knowledge, there is not.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional comments or questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the body for its indulgence and attention. This bill was introduced. We didn't get a chance to have a hearing on it, and it's a concept that I think this time has come. I'd like to especially thank my seatmate in judiciary. He's wearing off on me, the senator from Reno. And so I do appreciate the fact that we have, as we do in all of our committees, we sometimes share different ideas with the people we're sitting next to. And I do appreciate the fact that seemingly he gets it, seemingly most of us get it. In closing, it's just this simple. Somebody takes a life intentionally of a party who's responsible for a child. And that child doesn't have the same means beyond not having that parent or guardian. And so the one who took the life intentionally now finds themselves responsible, should this amendment be adopted, financially for a contribution to the well-being of that minor child whose life they took. So that having been said, I appreciate the discussion, and I would ask that when the committee when the committee rises, that we add this amendment to Senate Bill 265.
Senator from Wyandotte, I assume that was a motion to move your amendment?
It is. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. We are back on the bill. Any additional questions on Senate Bill 265? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 265, as amended, is important legislation that would provide protection and prohibit violations of protective orders and make those that are responsible for violations of protective orders have an increased penalty. With that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 265 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. We will now turn our attention to substitute for House Bill 2121. The chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Substitute for House Bill 2121 comes to us from the House, and it is a subject that this body has heard before regarding statutory speedy trial rights. In 2021, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, this body learned that our court system, our jury trials had essentially ground to a halt. There weren't any ability to gather prospective jurors for voir dire to determine who was going to serve on a jury, and our courts were not conducting jury trials. So at the time, the body found that we should suspend the statutory speedy trial right until May 1st, 2023. So with this bill, the statutory speedy trial right would be suspended until March 1st, 2024. What the statutory speedy trial right provides is that if you are charged with a crime and held in jail, you must be brought to trial within 150 days after your arraignment. If you're out on bond, you must be brought to trial within 180 days. So without this bill and with the statutory speedy trial right, if those trials are not heard within those number of days, those defendants will be released and their charges dismissed. So our prosecutors have brought this bill to us. It did pass the House 112-9. And with that, Mr. Chair, I would stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate sub for House Bill 2121 favorably for passage.
Senator, I did invite you to close, and you have, but I have a senator who is standing that would like to make a comment. Are you agreeable to that?
I was looking at the chair and I closed, so I would leave it up to the chair.
Senator from
I would
Reno,
say I've closed, but
quickly proceed.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your extending that gesture of kindness. I do think this is very important for people to hear. We've extended this multiple times now. This right to a speedy trial is foundational to our judicial principle of innocent until proven guilty. This has to be the last time this extension is made. I wanted that to be articulated clearly on the Senate floor because I do not want these people to come back in a year and ask for another extension. They need to get caught up. They need to get their work done so our judicial system can work as our forefathers designed it. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, could I get you to restate your motion? It's just a substitute for House Bill 2121.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports substitute for House Bill 2121 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2082. The chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Don't believe there was a committee report.
There was not.
House Bill 2082 is a bill that came to us from Sedgwick County, and it allowed the Board of County Commissioners to establish a code inspection and enforcement fund for the purpose of financing operations, equipment, and capital needs for the county department inspection and enforcement. This bill has to do with establishing a municipality's fight addiction fund for the purpose of retaining and expending money received from the Attorney General in accordance with the Kansas Fights Addiction. Basically, what they needed was to create another fund, and they have to do it through statute, and so that they can disperse the opioid or use the opioid money properly. And it passed the House 119-5, and I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Sedgwick? See none, you may close.
I move when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2082 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2288. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage. Not seeing Senator Gossage, we will pass over. Chair now recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, on House Bill 2019 to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 2019 is a bill that classifies transportation network company drivers as independent contractors, provided that the transportation network company does not determine the hours that the driver must be logged into the system, does not restrict the driver's ability to use the digital networks of other transportation network companies, and does not restrict the driver from engaging in any other occupation or business. It also has to have an agreement in writing with the driver that the driver is an independent contractor. We heard testimony on this that someone worried about being misclassified. Other states have done it. We had opponent testimony from the Teamsters Union and the Carpenters Union. They were concerned about misclassification of workers and applying to other folks. So the committee did amend this. We put in that it only applies to transportation network companies. With that, I would stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Sedgwick on House Bill 2019? Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not necessarily a question. I'm also on the committee for transportation and heard the testimony as well as researched a little bit on my own as well. And the main proponent to this that testified is Uber. And I want to be clear, we're talking about a corporation that works with gig workers. And we've heard many stories about either labor exploitation or how they are not protected. I don't know, I'm sure many of you have been in Uber cars because that seems to be the standard more often than not these days in most communities. And when I drive in one of the Uber cars, I often have a conversation with the drivers, and they talk about how much commission Uber gets from them, or how sometimes they're scared, or most of these drivers that are there is not to supplement an income, but this is their income because for whatever reason they were unable to get other jobs or they didn't qualify, but this is something that gives them some kind of stability. At the same time, being an independent worker or considered changing that designation doesn't give them the health care benefits, doesn't protect them in any way, shape, or form. Whoever gets in their car or who gets out doesn't provide any type of liability issues. So this is a company that's making billions of dollars, and I think the drivers that are part of this should be considered employees, so they receive the benefits that are necessary to take care of themselves, as well as become more consistent in the workforce. And again, these are not people that have a 401k plan and retirement funds and have, you know, $70,000 or $80,000, $90,000 jobs, and they're doing this on the side. These are people that just are trying to make ends meet, and they're doing it because they have to, because this is a way for them. So I will be opposing this bill for those reasons stated, because I feel gig workers are going to be more the norm than ever before, and they should be considered as employees for the corporations. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, do you wish to comment?
Not this time.
Chair recognizes Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The carrier would stand for questions.
You will.
My question would be is, in this arrangement, so obviously this bill is putting some things in place to keep their drivers classified as basically really independent contractors, correct?
Senator from
Correct.
Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Correct, as it is in, I think, 20 other states.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just so we're crystal clear about this, what happens to that independent contractor Uber driver if he or she is involved in an accident when they are transporting a Uber customer? What is the commercial liability associated with that accident? Where does that go?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
I believe Uber picks up the coverage for the person while they have a passenger in the car. The independent contractor has to cover the coverage when he's waiting for a call.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Could you clarify that? When the driver is waiting for a call, what does that mean?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
If they're logged into the network and they're waiting to see someone make an offer, receive the offer for the ride service, so they can decide whether they want to take it or not. That was in between a gray area, and now you have to have a separate rider on your insurance to cover that.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just let me ask you this question then, Mr. Chairman. How important is the actual app to the driver itself as far as being able to secure the work with Uber to transport people around?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
I would assume it's fairly important. A lot of them use multiple add-on apps that can put several different transportation network companies in one, so they're logged on all at the same time.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Basically, I would just argue, Mr. Chairman, this is just a straight up stand-up misclassification issue. What you have here is basically you have a company that basically wants to keep drivers at arm's length from itself. And so what it's trying to do is basically classify these drivers as independent contractors. One of the tests you have in a business owner, basically, if you're going to have W-2 employees or independent contractors, is there certain tests you apply to your workforce. And it really comes down to, Mr. Chairman, basically the level of independence that resource brings to the employer, basically employee, if you want to call that engagement. I would argue, Mr. Chairman, that what we have here is a blatant misclassification issue, because make no mistake, the Uber application itself, in which the drivers who are contracted to the business, they are not independent because they are relying solely upon the Uber provided application to, in fact, deliver services. And so what you're seeing basically is really, once again, a continuation of a moral hazard, where in essence you're having really Uber wanting to have its cake and eat it too. And so I think this is very bad policy. This isn't just exploitation of workers. And once again, make no mistake, I am in no way saying that, I mean, we can talk about the benefits and this and that, and make no mistake, it's a cutthroat business, and Uber is entitled to make a profit like anybody else. But the point is that these people truly are not independent contractors, because in fact, Uber is bringing the special application to the table. There are not readily other situations where these Uber drivers can go. They're truly not independent. They are not skills independent. They're not like a subject matter expert bringing resources to the table. This is purely just a labor situation of they're bringing their car. And so I think this is bad policy, and I urge the body to vote no. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move when the committee rise and report House Bill 2019 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carried. We will now return to House Bill 2288. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill number 2288 passed the House unanimously. It came to us from the Kansas Counseling Compact. Regarding the Kansas Counseling Compact from the Kansas Counselors Association. The purpose of any compact is to facilitate interstate practice of the licensed professional counselors with the goal of improving public access to professional counseling services. The bill looks rather lengthy, but that's just because it outlines 14 different provisions. 1 would be the purpose, 2 is definitions, 3 is the state participation, 4 is the privilege to practice of the individual counselors, 5 is how to obtain a new home state license due to a move, 6 gives us the active duty military personnel or spouses, 7 is the practice of telehealth, 8 is the adverse actions process, 9 is establishing the compact commission, 10 is the data system to be used, 11 is rulemaking, 12 is oversight and dispute resolution. 13 is the date of implementation, which, by the way, it only needed 10 states to be implemented. They already have 19 states enacting it, and 20 states are pending legislation, including Kansas. 14 would be construction and severability. So this would begin after publication in the statute book, and I will stand for questions, Mr. Chair.
Are there questions for the Senator from Johnson? Senator Lynn? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will the carrier of the bill stand for questions?
She will.
Thank you. I would ask, what benefit would this be to Kansans to join this compact?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
What we were told and what other states have said is that it allows more licensed professional counselors with the goal of improving public access. We were told in testimony that we have a lack of counselors in the state of Kansas. This would allow not only them to practice in other states, but for other counselors from other states to practice here.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this would also give a governing body outside of the state of Kansas authority to decide whether individuals can practice within Kansas or not. Is that correct?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. I had that same concern, and I understand that that is not true. And when you look to see the governing body, of course, would be this body, our state, the state rules and the state legislation. They are not removing anyone from practicing here in their own state.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's not the point. The point is that it would allow individuals to come in from out of state that may or may not meet our guidelines in the state of Kansas. I have concerns over this. We tend to throw our authority to national boards and national regulations, and or governing bodies. The streamlined sales tax is a prime example. I mean, I can give you so many examples of boards. When I was a freshman in the House, they were going to adopt national fire standard codes, and that would have required every single house to be built in Kansas to have a water system, fire system. We were lucky enough to shut that down, and I just think it's a dangerous, slippery slope to allow these national groups to have governing authority over our state. I will not be supporting the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional comments or questions? Chair recognizes Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you very much. I would ask the carrier of the bill to help us all understand the confusion or the disagreements that were voiced by the director of the Behavioral Sciences Regulatory Board that were not addressed in committee, and help us feel more comfortable as to how that does better serve the people of Kansas.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Behavioral Board, or Board of Sciences, did speak and testify in support of the bill.
Additional comments or questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports favorably for passage, House Bill 2288.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2269. The chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2269 would simply raise the statutory age to be able to purchase and possess cigarettes and tobacco products from 18 to 21. This just brings us into compliance with federal law that was passed in December of 2019. There was some question about why it took so long in caucus, and I found out that it was packaged in several House bills over the last couple of years that had various regulations in it, and it just never passed out. This is also, we are only part of, there are 8 other states that have not passed this law, and that does include Missouri, Montana, Arizona, Alaska, Wisconsin, West Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina. And once again, in terms of the fiscal note, part of coming into compliance also comes with receiving federal funds of about $2.1 million for enforcement efforts. We will lose from the smokers between 18 and 21 years old some revenue in sales tax, and from the cigarette stamp tax, the estimation on the fiscal note's about $7.6 million, but it would be a net negative of probably around $5.5 million. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not so much a question, just to comment on this. I appreciate the health benefits that the maker of this motion, or this bill, why they're doing this. Or I will be voting no, and I just want to explain why. When I think about the fact that we'll throw kids in jail at 15 sometimes and charge them as adults, and when we'll send our soldiers overseas to fight our wars for us at 18, I find it very difficult to continually take away their options where we expect them to be adults in every other aspect of their life except in this regard. So with that, I understand why folks do vote for this, but I will be voting no. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2269 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. We will now turn our attention to Senate substitute for House Bill 2010. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate substitute for House Bill 2010 is a couple of bills together. A lot of them have passed the House unanimously, 118 to 0, 123 to 0. So we'll just go through the bill and talk about what it does. The first is it cleans up our statutes regarding in the criminal procedure bills and the criminal code, the definition of mental disease or defect. And that's cleaned up, and even when you are in a home for those reasons, it cleans it up in the bill, because in the criminal procedure code, in the criminal procedure statute, they eliminated, I can't talk this afternoon. They eliminated the definition in the criminal procedure statute So it is now referenced in the criminal code, and you will find that a couple of different places in the bill, particularly on pages 1 and 2. Page 3 of the bill concerns the definition of criminal discharge of a firearm, and it relates to when the definition of a criminal discharge of a firearm involves a motor vehicle in which there is a human being in the vehicle, regardless of whether the person discharging the firearm knows or has reason to know there is a human being present. And the big kind of peanut of the bill is the Reduced Armed Violence Act. And what it does is it increases criminal penalties for criminally convicted felons who are no longer legally allowed to possess a firearm, but nonetheless use the firearm in the commission of later crimes. Those crimes are listed in the bill and would increase the penalty on the sentencing grid. So I won't go into details about those. If someone has a question about those, we can discuss what they are. And it also provides that a non-drug offender could be sent to a drug treatment court rather than regular criminal court if they meet certain conditions and they have a certain criminal background and a not certain criminal background. So it has been found that drug treatment court might be appropriate for those persons, though they're not charged with a drug crime. The reason that they have committed the crime is because they are addicted to drugs. And we heard testimony that drug treatment court helps prevent recidivism and is actually could be a saver on the expenses to imprison those persons instead. In committee, we did make a couple of amendments to the bill. One is that we put into the bill what was Senate Bill 183 that defined criminal discharge of a firearm, as I had said. Well, it actually did. A person was present in the dwelling, building, structure, or motor vehicle when the firearm was discharged into the dwelling. And if the person is less than 14 years of age and was present in the dwelling, building, structure, or motor vehicle, then we do have presumptive imprisonment in the bill. In addition to the sentence imposed, shall be sentenced to an additional 120 months of imprisonment, so an additional 10 years of imprisonment. That was added in committee, as well as a few changes to the crimes regarded to the Reduced Armed Violence Act. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions from the senator from Johnson? Senator from Brown, Senator Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I was reading over this the other day, and I read the sup notes with the bills. And in the sup note, it basically says that it was added, Senate Bill 193 and 183. And so I went back and checked, and Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to know, is the log correct that Senate Bill 183 did not receive a hearing?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is correct. Senate Bill 183 was brought by a member of the committee, and it had not received a hearing.
Senator from Brown, Senator Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is the Chair of Judiciary aware of any House bill that has that same language that had a hearing?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am not aware of a mirror House bill with a similar language that has had a hearing, no.
Senator from Brown, Senator Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I'd like to pose this on those merits, however, I don't think I will, but I do think that we need to make a little bit of an impression that, you know, it's not good policy to bring bills to this floor and stick them in other bills that have not had a hearing. The public has had no input on this bill. That's why I put it on everyone's desk. Zero input. We're the ones that get to look at it, but the public has had zero input. And Mr. Chairman, this is a House bill. This is being put into a House bill. So I would ask, Mr. Chairman, if the chair could explain to me when the public will get to have some say on Senate Bill 183.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was not an amendment that I had requested a committee member to make. So the committee member made the motion. The will of the committee was as we see in the bill before us. So, and I would suggest that considering the question by the good senator, I think this body just put on a bill in that had not received a hearing in committee and just amended the bill on the floor. So it was the will of the committee, and it was put in.
Senator from Brown, Senator Powell.
I understand offering an amendment on the floor, on the fly, and the senator could have brought this as an amendment. Same thing in a different manner, but this bill was introduced, it was referred to judiciary, it received no hearing, and my question still stands. When does the public get to say and have their say and their day in court in a committee on Senate Bill 183? When, Mr. Chairman, is the question.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, when the good senator in committee, the good senator from Wyandotte had brought the amendment in committee, the committee understood that it had not received a hearing and action was taken pursuant to the will of the committee. So I don't know.
Senator from Brown, Senator Powell.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to belate it. I want to make a point. It's one thing to bring an amendment on the floor, and it's another thing to bring another amendment in committee. And had this just been offered as an amendment and not as the bill, it'd be a little different matter also. But it was introduced as a bill. It deserved to have a hearing before it was interjected into this bill. And unfortunately, I don't think it's going to get a hearing anywhere. And that's the unfortunate part of this process, is late in session like we are right now, and amendments are going on, but the public will not be able to comment. And I understand that, I get that, but I just think it'd be better if we had a quick little hearing on this bill so the public could have put some input in it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Mr. Chair, point of order, may I respond to that comment as the carrier of the bill?
You may.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to share that I don't necessarily disagree with the senator from Brown that it would have been better procedure if it had, before seeking amendment, that it had been heard. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. I just want to point out quickly that this compilation of bills into a bill has some very, very good parts, but one that I think needs some attention brought to it, and that's the SB 123 program eligibility. We go from strengthening crimes to rewarding felons with a fully paid trip to drug rehab. And in testimony by the proponents, we were led to believe that could occur up to 3 times for an individual. I have a problem with that. I think this concept of investing in criminals for a return of less crime may sound sensible to some, doesn't hold water with me. My constituents don't want to pay for drug rehab for convicted felons. I would put forth that it would be a really good idea, maybe in conference, to figure out a way to hold the criminal accountable to pay for this rehabilitation in some form or fashion going forward. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, do you wish to comment?
No, thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious because I don't know. What is the cost of sending someone to rehab versus to incarcerating the same individual?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. regarding sending to rehab, drug treatment court is not necessarily sending to rehab. I don't know all the parameters of drug treatment court, so I don't want to talk about specifics and not be accurate, but it is a program that it's not necessarily inpatient treatment or anything like that. It's a different judicial system that requires different things of the persons in the drug treatment court. So as far as an apples to apples comparison, I'm not sure that's possible.
Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The good senator from Reno, when he made that statement, it made me think that, you know, if we can keep a person out of the criminal system by getting him off of drugs, although, you know, the success rate of that, sometimes I wonder about which would save the taxpayer more money. That's kind of where I was going with that. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to make a comment that if the good senator from Finney was talking about 123 treatment, that is something different, but I think hopefully his question has been answered. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that House Bill 2010, Senate Substitute for House Bill 2010 provides some good update to our laws and will provide for additional safety for Kansans. With that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and it reports Senate Sub for House Bill 2010 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2226. The chair recognizes Senator from Shawnee, Senator Cluse, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 2226 came out and passed 121-0. This bill updates a portion of the law from 15 years ago to improve the efficiency of the utility locating process. And to kind of help you out, if you're not familiar with that, many of us recall the commercial where the guy goes out of his house with a shovel and starts digging and doesn't call 811. And of course in Kansas it wouldn't happen, but I think he shoveled down once and twice and hit a water line. Maybe he lives in Florida or something. Ours are a lot deeper, but you kind of get the picture here. And we actually have all of these locating processes, utility locations done. And I was just interesting when I was reading over this. In 2022, excavators requested over 658,000 times for a locate. So to understand that a little bit more, you know, you have water, gas, electric, could be cable, broadband, and many times you'll see like little markings, whether it's white, green, could be blue, orange, representing the different types of utilities. These excavators, and you know, we think of an excavator, whether it's someone going out of the house with a shovel or a guy in a backhoe or someone having a trencher, they don't want to hit these important utilities that are under the ground. So this white lining is what they call that, and making these marks is all part of the process. So typically what happens, Mr. Chairman, is this excavator will call in to the notification center, and when he calls in the notification center, a ticket will be produced. And in the past, under the current law, that ticket allows for an individual to have 15 days to get in there and begin that work, get things going. But sometimes in the process, you know, the weather, we get a lot of rain, or, you know, if it's in the wintertime with snow, things can happen and that can be deteriorated. And so what this update does in this bill is it makes it easier for these excavators by, number one, increasing that timetable
5 more days. And that may not seem significant to a lot of us, but it is to these guys when, you think about the amount of excavation requests there are, and then all the different people that are out there making these time frame. 5 days can make a big difference. So it's increased from 15 days to 20 days. The other thing that this bill will do, it will update that white lining to virtual. And when we talk about virtual excavation, kind of gives the mapping technology, through satellites, I don't know, something like maybe Google Earth. I'm not exactly sure how that all works, but it will allow them to get that map through that mapping technology. Also on a way to get this ticket produced, and that way they have it virtually. One day, someone was saying maybe we'll just pull up our phone and be able to get it off our phone, off on an app or something. Another thing that this bill will do is it will give the excavators time on their second or third calls. I think it was said here in 2022, 29% of the incoming locate requests, 187,000 were just updates from a prior call. So you can see how that can affect things. So you come in, he calls, gets to the notification center, gets sent out, and then the locator goes on site, but now that locator may not have to go on site with this update. And the bill will also allow some flexibility through rules and regulation, KCC, to adjust these time limits in the future as well. One final thought would be that the excavators would have to report any damage underground right away, especially if they get into kind of a zone area. They need to be extra careful on that. So that's kind of the picture of what we're talking about here in this bill. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Shawnee on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report HB 2226 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 252. The chair recognizes the senator from Saline, Senator Clays, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 252, which was amended heavily by committee, creates property and sales tax exemptions for businesses located in cities where a government entity competes against the business. This bill is limited to child care centers, entertainment businesses, exercise businesses, health clubs, recreation businesses, or restaurants. The competing activity of the government entity would be required to have begun after the business started using the property for qualifying purposes. Competing against the business is defined as meaning offering the same or substantially the same goods and services to the public and receiving payment for the goods and services. The Senate committee amended the bill to add many of those items, eliminating ambulance services as businesses qualifying for the exemption, limiting the geographic qualification for the exemption down from counties to cities, eliminating facilities receiving funds from property taxes levied by a taxing subdivision as triggering eligibility, and requiring that the activity began after the business was active in order to qualify for the exemptions. And with that, I will stand for questions on Senate Bill 252.
Chair recognizes Senator from Riley. Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to pose a few questions to the senator from Saline.
Please proceed.
Thank you. So if we talk about all of the exemptions from property taxes, the bill also says sales taxes. So are both of those included then?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, it is both property and sales tax exemptions.
Thank you.
Senator
Another
from
question.
Riley.
Sorry about that. Another question for the senator from Saline. When we talk about a government entity being in competition with a private entity, would something like a summer baseball team that's organized by the city be considered in competition with something else that's going on by a private competitor in our community?
Senator from Saline.
That would not necessarily be a product. So there would need to be a substantial good or service that substantially was akin to that was being competed against. So I'm not sure I could find that that there would be a children's baseball league that would trigger an exemption in this regard. If a facility was built, then perhaps that facility matching a business and paying for that facility would then trigger the exemption if someone else perhaps had a private baseball field that they were charging individuals to use.
Senator from Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my next question is, in our community, voters have our quality of life issues. They've voted on several tax ballots, one of them being to build 9 tennis courts for competitive play. We also have a business, a for-profit business that has tennis courts. The tennis courts in our community are not built yet, but they are going to be. Is that considered in competition with the private business that has tennis courts?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Perhaps there will be an amendment that addresses this in the future, but under the current law, the tennis court that is run by the city would then need to charge for that use. However, if they did charge for that use and it were built after a private business was already running and had tennis courts, then yes, you would trigger that exemption by building additional tennis courts.
Senator from Riley.
Thank you. So right now our community is working on another initiative because we don't have an indoor swimming pool, and we are one of the few high school teams that doesn't have an indoor swimming pool in the state of Kansas. Would that be in competition with a gym that has an indoor swimming pool?
Senator from Saline.
It would need to offer the same or substantially the same service. So it would need to be a swimming complex of the same type. It would need to be a charge for access to that and public availability to use the public swimming facility. And then it would also have to be built after a pool of a similar type was already in existence, run by a private business.
Okay.
Senator from Riley.
Thank you. So there are lots of private public partnerships in our community which are driven by our chamber or by other developers and organizations that want to build similar facilities but for the greater good of the community, and we work on these partnerships together. What would some of those, I don't see those partnerships happening as much if this is included in there, because it all falls on a for-profit entity as opposed to government being part of it for the greater good. When we talk about prices, are we talking, when you say competitive, that the prices are, maybe sometimes, you know, we have a $1 swim pool in the evenings, and we have another pool where, you know, it is a for-profit. Is that something considered competition?
Senator from Saline.
Again, the pools would have to be of a similar type, so it would have to be the same or substantially the same product. If there is for instance, a health club that has a pool where an individual is swimming laps, but the community decides to build a pool that has a bunch of slides and is more akin to a water park, that may not trigger the exemption necessarily for the health club if there is that much of a difference in how they operate. Whether or not they charge, there is no contemplation in the bill about how much is charged. It just simply has in there that there must be a business type activity where a charge is being made.
Senator from Riley.
Thank you. So if an organization, in this case a private organization, sought the help from the city for industrial revenue bonds and received sales tax exemptions, would they now also be eligible for these sales tax exemptions when the contract that we signed with them says they can meet all of these qualifications because we are expecting an increased revenue in their property taxes?
Senator from Saline.
One of the amendments made in committee eliminates facilities receiving funds from property taxes levied by a taxing subdivision as triggering eligibility for the exemptions.
Senator from Riley.
Does that also apply for sales taxes?
Senator from Saline.
I don't believe so. It would no, it would not, from what I see here, no.
Senator from Riley.
Thank you. Thank you for your responses. I think it clarified and also muddied it up a little bit for me. But I will be voting no on this because, once again, we are taking revenue, dedicated revenue sources for our communities that function on property taxes. In my community, I'm not sure about everybody else's, in my community, our police department is completely run on property taxes. Completely run on property taxes. And so when we have an organization, a gym, let's say, that owes $318,000 in property taxes. This gym also had received industrial revenue bonds when I was mayor, and the reason we signed on to it is because we were going to collect property taxes. Those property taxes, $106,000 of it would have gone to the city of Manhattan. Riley County would have received $86,000. Our school district, USD 383, would have received $123,000. The state of Kansas would have received $3,000. That's from one gym in one community. So if you extrapolate that to the rest of Kansas, I think it would be astronomical, especially when this legislature also has the revenue net neutral, or revenue neutral net, however you might want to say that, revenue net neutral, let's say. And a community has to meet the revenue that they're getting in with the same expenditures. But each time we pass the legislation, we're exempting sales taxes and property taxes from businesses, our community's revenue is decreasing, but our expenditures are going to remain the same. No matter how hard we try, we will never meet that revenue neutral rate because our revenues continue decreasing and they will not match the projections that came from all of these signatures that are on our contracts to pay their property taxes. And if there is an incident, we have BOTA. If a private organization feels like, I'm being, the valuation is too much, I need an appeal process, this is not right, we have a process for that. They can appeal their property tax. And it will work for them or may not work for them. But I don't think just completely just exempting them because they feel something is in competition, especially a government entity. Oftentimes the government entity, the things that we are building, such as walking spaces in our gyms, rec centers. Now we have a private organization that wants to partner with the city to build an indoor pool, whatever size it might be. But these are coming for the greater good of the community, to make sure our entire community is doing well. And private organizations, they have a fee structure for profit. So they can increase it or do whatever they want for profit. We have oversight in our local governments which gauges those pool fees or bike fees or our gym fees because we want everybody to have access to it. And I don't think this is in the best interest, especially as a tax policy for our revenue sources we are dependent on for our local communities. Thank you.
Senator from Saline, do you wish to comment?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would start out by saying that I previously was reading the supplemental note, which is very clear about property taxes. However, reading the bill now, that sales taxes are included. It's the same definition, so I wanted to make that clarification, and I will continue to read the bill rather than the supplemental. I also want to point out that currently there isn't a public facility in Manhattan, Kansas that is covered by this bill at all. It would have to be something that is built after the date of this bill passing. Facilities at Kansas State University do not qualify as competitive entities because they are very specifically for students or faculty or employees, which is exempted out of the bill. And Star Bond projects, of course, are private entities to begin with. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes the senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment, and it's number 1927.
Please allow us to distribute. Senator from Miami, would you like your amendment read or would you like to explain it?
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to explain it. It simply says that competes against the business does not include providing such goods or services at a facility that was funded as the result of an election where voters of the governmental entity approve the imposition of a tax or other funding for the facility, its operations, or the repayment of bonds related to the facility. It seems to me, I honestly can't remember if it was last year or the year before, but we had a very similar bill that was on the floor, or at least it was an amendment that was on the floor, and that issue was something that I spoke to. There are quite a few communities that have referendums that say we're going to put X number of sales tax cents, or we're going to use property taxes to pay for a particular venue, and that is what this amendment does. It addresses that specifically.
Are there questions on the amendment? Chair recognizes Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question. I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So, if the election happens, if there's an election, the city or you could. I want to make sure I got to get this right, because this is meant for conscious decision making. If the competition happens after, so I'm gonna try to pick an example. Let's use the tennis courts. I think that's a great example. So I'm a private investor. I developed a tennis facility. I invested in tennis courts and established my business, and I've got my clientele. And the city decides they want to do the exact same thing, so they build a tennis complex, and they charge half price because they're the city, and I'm still paying my property taxes. I've been property taxed on all my tennis courts as part of trying to make it, so they're gonna likely put me out of business. That's what this bill's meant to stop, right? Or at least make them consider, meaning they can still build the tennis courts, but they can't use my property tax to compete against me and put me out of business. So that's kind of the underlying bill. So in this case, it would be, if an election happened, I'd still have to pay property tax and be competed against, or does that still work? The election is what makes the city would have to have an election for that complex to happen. That's my question.
From Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The city has to have that election. There has to be that city election. They have to know what it is that they're voting for, how their taxes would be utilized for that. I think of it in the context of it's important when we have bond referendums that voters know exactly what it's for. And I do know of several communities that are near my Senate district where, in fact, communities have voted specifically to have a rec center, something like that.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just on that, just for clarity then, would under the provisions of this bill, the rec center or the facility that's being competed against, they would be relieved of their property tax for at least that jurisdictions that's putting them out of business. Would that still apply with this election, or if this amendment goes on, it's your neighbors telling you they're going to put you out of business?
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
It would be the voters, and I don't think necessarily they would put you out of business. I think oftentimes one of the reasons that communities are willing to move forward on a rec center, on public pools, I wouldn't say tennis courts, I'd say pickleball is the thing that they should be doing now, because that includes people of much broader age and perhaps less skill set. But it is because typically the community as a whole can't access that private entity, can't afford that private center. And so this is the opportunity for the voters to be heard and for them to decide by majority what is appropriate spending for their community.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I definitely like the idea of an election. I just want to make sure the parameters are right and the people would know what they're voting on, including if we vote to do this, that if there is true competition, they'd still be relieved of their tax. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions? Chair recognizes Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would be very supportive of this amendment because I think in a community, before anything goes on a sales tax ballot for voters to vote on, there's lots of surveys done, a community needs assessments, let's say, and they look at all the venues. They don't look at it as government, as a competition, I mean. They don't see, oh, there's a rec center there, they have tennis courts, we can't afford it, so we need to do something different to compete with them. That's not often the lens they go in with. They often go in with the lens of, let's do a community needs assessment. What is our community missing? And what do we need to do to make it better for quality of life for the residents that live here? And these institutions are not for profit. Often the fees they pay are very minimal, but it goes back to operational costs or maintenance of that facility. When a for-profit company builds, let's say, tennis courts, it is exactly that. They are providing private tennis lessons. They are providing different types of activities, but rarely will it be for any kind of competitive play where everybody can utilize it. So I think we are talking about two different things, especially when the voters are saying what they want and not thinking of it as competition with other entities that may facilitate similar activities, but not to the greater good of the community itself.
Senator from Miami, do you wish to comment?
No, but thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I just want to rise in support of this amendment. I live in one of those communities that had a very nice gym about a mile from where we built a community center, but it was voted on by our community. So I just rise in support and thank the good senator from Miami for bringing this amendment.
Additional comments or questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I just want to make it clear to the body that I think it's imperative that if any city moved forward on something like this, they would make it abundantly clear if there was a competition within their community. So I do move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Amendment is adopted. We're back on the bill. Additional questions for the senator from Saline. Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make a comment on this general concept. It's an interesting policy to think about. I want to draw the body's attention to the 2022 January post-audit that we did, study of taxation and exemption issues, which was authorized by our post-audit team. They went through a whole field of research. If you look at the bibliography, impacts of tax exemptions and overview, nonprofit exemptions for profit, competition and spillovers to community services, making profits and providing care, comparing nonprofit, for-profit, hospitals, government organizations, and they have a whole list. I won't go through all 11 of their sources. And it does say it's hard to come up with a conclusion given our Kansas data and the lack of data inside of some of these things, but their general conclusion is that although government, nonprofit, and for-profit businesses may appear to compete, The research indicates that true competition may be limited at best. This is because different types of businesses that may appear similar actually offer different services and serve different populations, as my colleagues have mentioned here. The research is limited to a few specific industries, and so they stop at drawing a complete conclusion for the industries that we're talking about here. But I think it's an interesting topic that we had as a post-audit, and that it's not a clear correlation that this is true competition, and that we might be exempting this hastily without thinking about and studying the actual issues at hand. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Saline, do you wish to comment? Chair recognizes Senator from Riley. Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to respond to a comment that the senator from Saline made earlier. The reason I became so involved in this issue is because it has come up for a few years, mainly with the gym Genesis. And Genesis is the one that we signed on for the contract. My signature is actually on that contract when we did the IRBs. And they also spoke to the City Commission because at the same time we were thinking about an indoor pool, and they felt it was in competition with their gym. So that's why I feel very discouraged, because one, they received taxpayer money from us. We did the IRBs for $20 million. $300,000 is their property tax payments to us. And if they want to go and not pay that, who does that fall on? It falls on our residents. Our residents' property taxes will increase because of this. And this is, like I said, one organization that I'm familiar with, because they have come to enough times to the legislature that they've become very familiar within the City Commission and our city staff. But when we're talking, I'm also a state senator now, so I'm talking about the entire state. The entire state will be impacted. I'm not just talking about just a microcosm of Manhattan, Kansas, but the entire state will be impacted in a massive manner with our school district, our police department, our roads, our services, and still have to speak to why we are not meeting net revenue neutral, because we're not having enough revenues coming in and we still have the same expenditures. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Saline. Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to be very clear, the entity that is being spoken of in Manhattan, Kansas, built that facility after all of the public's facilities were built. So it would not trigger this exemption in that community. It would only trigger it if they chose to build something now that that facility is built. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Senator from Lynn. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Freedom from government competition. That's what this is about. You shouldn't be a business owner and be afraid or have to compete against your government. That's correct. Our tax dollars are being used against businesses in the state of Kansas. This issue, I started researching it, has been going on since the 1980s, 1990s, and they are hard-pressed to find a solution. But instead of getting better, it's getting worse. We are finding more and more competition with our businesses. The federal government even has acts, freedom from government competition. I hope that the body sees that this is a solution for a problem that we have been fighting for many years in Kansas. I stand in strong support of this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional comments or questions on the bill? Chair recognizes Senator from Butler. Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick, because this is, it's a Republican bill, and here's one. I'm going to read from the Republican platform, and all being candid, I don't expect necessarily, I would appreciate if we get support from minority party, but don't necessarily expect it. This is a little lengthy, so bear with me. Section 9, this sentence says, governments should not compete with private enterprise, period. I guess that was a little plainer than I thought. So this is right in line with what we should be doing, and it really should have no effect in property tax collections in our cities, because all you have to do is choose not to compete.
Chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this bill, and I will be very sincere in my comments as well as the other speakers before me on this as well. I really don't know who this bill is geared at other than Genesis Healthcare Systems. I have been in this chamber for 21 years, and I know some of you have been here probably longer than I have. But Mr. Speaker, my history of this, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, my history of this is basically first you had the health clubs that, you know, they felt they had a legitimate gripe about basically the nonprofits, in this case it was the YWCAs. And at that time they asked basically to get a sales tax exemption. And the legislature did not honor that request. And so Mr. Chairman, I do want to say I think this has probably got to be now like the 5th different time, okay, that the Genesis Health Club bill, it's like this zombie bill. You think it's dead, and it just pops up again every 2 years. And this is yet another reincarnation. I found it very telling when we had the hearing for Senate Bill 252 in the tax committee. I did not see one specific business show up and talk about how they were being aggrieved by this big bad government competition. Nobody was there. There was the state chamber, but that was all who testified. And for a little more edification here, I mean, look, I get it. As a business owner, we want to, you know, minimize taxes. We're trying to maximize our profits. You know, the health club industry, it's a cutthroat industry, and I can appreciate that. But I can also appreciate a couple of other things. I do remember, Mr. Chairman, I'm not trying to speak out of school here, but I think it was back in 2021 when there was this earlier version of this bill was being debated. Basically, I think that at that time, you know, Genesis had a very large outstanding property tax bill they owed Shawnee County. And just recently, you know, I found out, at least in Douglas County, they owe a whole bunch of property taxes over there they're overdue on. So I understand, once again, that, you know, the health club industry, it's a cutthroat business. These are very nice, impressive buildings. They're not inexpensive, Mr. Chairman. But I also want the body to realize that, you know, under this guise of the unfair government competition, let's get serious about what's going to happen here. Because for all those municipalities that didn't specifically have a vote on something, okay, now you're going to have this tax liability. And where is this liability going to shift predominantly? It's going to be in our suburban areas, our major metropolitan areas. Our constituents are already screaming about higher residential property taxes. And Mr. Chairman, it's like squeezing a balloon, okay? It's like if you're going to basically shift the property tax burden, somebody else is going to pick that up. Now, once again, I would have more sympathy for this bill if we had other businesses show up for this hearing. In other hearings, if I had seen other businesses show up. But once again, outside of the gym, the health club industry, I really don't know what we are trying to address here. And so, you know, I understand tax policy. It's all about picking winners and losers. And, you know, regardless how you vote on this, you're picking a winner, you're picking a loser. And quite honestly, we need to start picking the winners being our citizens on their homestead properties. And so I'm going to rise in opposition to this bill. Just keep this in mind. We're going down a very, very dangerous path if we open this up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Saline, do you wish to comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, some entities that aren't Genesis health clubs, child care centers, entertainment businesses, restaurants that are all covered by this bill have nothing to do with health clubs. Second, the Kansas Chamber of Commerce often is the voice of business in our state. They have many businesses as members, and they develop a legislative agenda. Throughout that process, they have created, as part of their 2023 legislative agenda, the policy position to oppose government competition with private sector companies. It's quite important to the businesses that are a part of that organization, and whether they show up or not in a hearing is really irrelevant to the fact that they are represented by the Kansas Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield to the senator from Douglas. He was standing too.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, but in all due respect, we had this hearing about the unfair government competition. I remember at the very last part of the session, I want to believe it was, and the Chairwoman Tyson can correct me if I'm wrong. I want to say it was the end of maybe 2021. I'm probably wrong. But we had a very late end of a session on this where we did not get, I don't think we even got the bill out of committee. But once again, this perennial, zombie bill, 252, nobody shows up. The only person that shows up is the chamber. For all I know, Genesis may be a Kansas Chamber member, and they're just doing a good job like they should, representing their members' interests. But for the life of me, I have not gotten any bills from my small business constituents in my district about this bill. It's non-existent. So I just can't help but feel that this is just basically a narrowly crafted special interest bill that once again we are revisiting. And so that's the only point I want to make, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Big, bad government competition. That's the words I heard. And that is absolutely correct. Why do you think nobody showed up? Because they are afraid of retaliation. We talked to several businesses. I did. In fact, one was on the phone this weekend. They have a rock quarry in the area. So far, the government rock quarry is not selling, so they would not fit under this bill, but they could start. So it is a reality, the government competition. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. I spent most of the summer traveling about, having the opportunity to speak to different groups. And the point I always drove home was this incestuous relationship, this competitive relationship between government and business. And that goes both ways, the melding of the two, and then the competition of government versus private business. Is this bill the penultimate? No, but it's a start. Because if we don't get government out of private business, this will not and cannot end well for our society. This is another bold step forward. This is a bold Republican value move forward, like the good senator from Butler County said. And today's the day that we take the first step in correcting this. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions on the bill? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't belabor this. SB 252 as amended takes a small step towards leveling the playing field on property and sales taxes when publicly owned businesses begin competing with existing private businesses. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 252 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2335. The chair
recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carried. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2336 is a bill that combines the Rail Improvement Service Fund with the Short Line Rail Improvement Fund. It adds track improvements to the allowable uses and removes the sunset on the Short Line Rail Improvement Fund so it can continue on. That would be a total of $10 million a year going to it. This year alone, they had over $50 million in requests. This bill will go a long ways to helping our short line, our Class 2 and Class 3 short line railroads to be able to improve the rails to where they can fully load their cars to 286 pounds, may even help out with the train lengths. With that, I'll stand for question.
Are there comments or questions on the bill? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We did also amend this bill to add it to the register. Mr. Chairman, I move when the committee rises to report House Bill 2335, favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carried. The chair recognizes the majority leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried.
The clerk will read the committee report.
On motion of Senator Alley, the Senate resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders, with Senator Longbine in the chair. Recommended, House Bill 2173, 2234, 2125, 2039, 2236, 2375, Senate Bill 309, House Bill 2196, 2284, 2263, 2292, Senate Bill 271, House Bill 2019, 2335 be amended by the adoption of the committee reports and the bills be passed as amended. Senate Bill 300, House Bill 2080, House Bill 2240, Sub-House Bill 2121, House Bill 2082, House Bill 2288, House Bill 2269, House Bill 2226 be passed. House Bill 2010 be amended by the adoption of the committee report recommending a substitute bill and the substitute bill be passed. Senate Bill 147 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, be amended on motion of Senator Sykes, Senator Holland, and Senator Pittman, and the bill be passed as further amended. House Bill 2322 be amended on motion of Senator Baumgardner, and the bill be passed as amended. House Bill 2059 be amended by adoption of the committee report, be amended on motion of Senator Blasey, and the bill be passed as further amended. Senate Bill 291 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, be amended on motion of Senator Tyson, and the bill be passed as further amended. Senate Bill 265 be amended on motion of Senator Haley, and the bill be passed as amended. Senate Bill 252 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, be amended on motion of Senator Baumgardner, and the bill be passed as further amended. Senate Sub, House Bill 2016 be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
The chair recognizes the senator from Lyons, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move we adopt the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Reports of standing committees, the clerk will read.
Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends House Bill 2172 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends House Bill 2002 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Education recommends House Bill 2138 be amended by substituting with a new bill designated as Senate substitute for House Bill number 2138, and the substitute bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends House Bill 2069 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as Senate substitute for House Bill number 2069, and the substitute bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends House Bill 2127 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as Senate substitute for House Bill number 2127, and the substitute bill be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends House Bill 2021 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends House Bill 2070 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as Senate substitute for House Bill number 2070, and the substitute bill be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends House Bill 2216 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Education recommends House Bill 2060 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as Senate substitute for House Bill number 2060, and the substitute bill be passed.
Messages from the House, the clerk will read.
The House accedes to the request of the Senate for a conference on Senate Bill 15 and has appointed Representatives Sutton, Penn, and Neighbor as conferees on part of the House. The House accedes to the request of the Senate for a conference on Senate Bill 18 and has appointed Representatives Sutton, Penn, and Neighbor as conferees on the part of the House. The House accedes to the request of the Senate for a conference on Senate Bill 28 and has appointed Representatives Sutton, Penn, and Neighbor as conferees on the part of the House. The House accedes to the request of the Senate for a conference on Senate Bill 106 and has appointed Representatives Francis, Neely, and Ballard as conferees on part of the House.
Are there announcements? Chair recognizes the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Commerce Committee will meet Wednesday morning at 8 o'clock for a hearing on Senate Bill 38. Commerce Committee, 8 o'clock Wednesday morning. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate, Fed, and State Committee will meet at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning at 144 South, our typical room, and try to get some more work done. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Seeing no other announcements, the chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Republicans will caucus at 9 a.m. in room 548 tomorrow, and I yield to the Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Senate Democrats will caucus in room 287 North at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. I yield back to the Senator from Cali.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate adjourn until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, March 28th, 2023.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carries. We are adjourned.